Hello everyone. Hi. Welcome to our open forum, Shaping a UN Cyber Programme of Action. Thank you for joining us despite the early hour, and I'm sure despite some fatigue as we reach the end of our community's gathering. I'm Ellie McDonald from Global Partners Digital. We are a civil society and human rights organisation, and we work to ensure a digital environment underpinned by human rights. This session has been co-organised by my own organisation alongside Access Now, Global Affairs Canada, and the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. We have a brilliant panel of speakers who we're honoured to have with us. I'd now like to introduce the panel from left to right. So we have, from left to right. We have Dave Heavy, First Secretary of Cyber and Digital Affairs of the Australian Permanent Mission to the UN in Geneva. We have Ambassador Henri Verdier, French Ambassador for Digital Affairs with the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. We have Joyce Hackme, Deputy Director of the International Security Programme at Chatham House and the co-editor of the Journal of Cyber Policy. And finally, on his way, we have Ramanjit Singh Chima, Senior International Counsel and Asia Pacific Policy Director of Access Now. And we also would have had David Fairchild, First Secretary of the Permanent Mission of Canada, but sadly, David is no longer able to join us. So the topic of our open forum is the Cyber Programme of Action. The POA is a proposal by a group of UN member states, including from those we'll hear from today. The UN General Assembly has welcomed the proposal as a mechanism to discuss threats in cyberspace, to support states' capacities to implement the responsible state behaviour framework, to discuss and further develop, where appropriate, this framework, and to promote engagement and cooperation with relevant stakeholders. Many stakeholders, including my own organisation, have also welcomed the initiative, provided that it's built on a clear and action-oriented political commitment, focused on implementing the acquis of responsible state behaviour in a human-centric and rights-respecting manner. We see that the POA offers a means to establish a permanent venue for discussions rather than limited-term deliberations, to recognise the shared but differentiated responsibilities of different actors, by ensuring a mechanism which is open, inclusive and transparent, and where the contributions of stakeholders are heard and acted upon. Given both the promise of the Cyber POA and the peril of not addressing the threats which it seeks to combat, we feel there's a need for discussions of the POA to reach a wider audience. To date, the POA proposal has been primarily directed at states and actors active within discussions at the UN's open-ended working group on ICTs. And so for that reason, we all hoped to hold this open forum to provide an opportunity to receive updates on the POA from those actively involved in discussions about its design, but also for those gathered in this room and online to share their views on the proposal and to ask questions. So we encourage you all to contribute enthusiastically. We have the benefit of being a small group, so please do share your views. So because we'd like to foster an interactive discussion, we'd like to begin with a poll for both our participants in person and online. We are going to be using Slido as a platform to facilitate this poll. Some of you might be familiar with this already, but if not, we ask you to please go to the URL currently displayed on the screen, which is slido.com. You'll then be prompted to enter a code which is all capitals, cyber-POA, also displayed on the screen. And my colleague, Katie, who is our online moderator, will also share this in the chat. So while you're setting this up, I will briefly explain the structure of our session today. So after talking through briefly the poll, I'll ask questions to our first three panelists. We'll then briefly pause for some questions and discussion from those in the room and online. This first round of discussion will be focused on getting an overview of the programme of action, unpacking what it is, what it hopes to achieve, and why it is needed. After this, we'll move to our final question, to be followed by questions and discussion. And the second round is focused on ensuring the POA is genuinely multi-stakeholder and founded upon the international human rights law framework. Finally, I'll ask each of the panelists to share a final reflection, and we'll attempt to share some summary reflections. If you would like to ask a question, please come to the front of the room or the middle of the room to use one of these two microphones. We have only an hour, so I also ask that our panelists are timely in their interventions to ensure that the discussion remains interactive. So I'd like to turn briefly now to the Slido poll. So if you have it up, you'll see that it asks a series of questions. The first asks for perspectives on the POA. The second asks if you have yet inputted to dialogue on the POA, whether through interaction with a member state, through a regional consultation, through statements or consultations undertaken by the open-ended working group on ICTs, through the UNIDIR consultation, or through a stakeholder effort to consolidate inputs. Our next question then asks, for those that have inputted to one of these dialogues on the POA, did you feel that your input was or has been meaningfully considered and reflected in the design of the POA? And if not, what needs to change? So we'll be collecting responses to that to include in our summary report of the session. Perhaps I can ask my colleague Katie if we have had any reflections to the first question, which asks about perspectives on the POA. Predominantly state-based. Okay, so we can return to this again later in our discussion, and perhaps it gives our panelists something to consider in their remarks. So with that, returning to that later, I'd like to ask our first question, which is to Ambassador Verdier. Ambassador Verdier, France is one of the co-sponsors of the UN Programme of Action, a proposal for a permanent, inclusive and action-oriented mechanism. This proposal aims at supporting the implementation of the Responsible State Behaviour Framework, and through the UN General Assembly Resolution 7737, it has received wide support. But for those who may be less familiar with the proposal, what precisely is the Cyber POA and what is the objective that it seeks to achieve?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to exchange about those important topics. But we'll have to enter a bit within the UN machinery, and on those topics, machinery matters. So you just have very briefly to understand that the rise of the cyberspace could jeopardize all the security architecture, because every conflict now has a cyber aspect, and there is also a real conflictuality within the cyberspace. And this is a new situation, because a cyber attack is not like a kinetic attack. This is invisible, very fast. Geography doesn't matter anymore, so doesn't matter anymore. So you have to be sure that the framework of global security, like the UN Charter, the Geneva Convention, can be implemented or respected. And this is a long story. In 1998, the UN started to work on this new context, so 25 years ago. Since 2004, there were some group of governmental experts. So it was usually the first one was 15 states working during 3 years to write together a final report. And we did analyze the new situation. And first at this time the question was, does international law apply in the cyberspace? So it took 10 years to recognize that international law did apply in the cyberspace. And then there were a series of expert governmental groups, GGE. And since 2021, we did extend this conversation through open-ended working group, so open to every state. So it was more complex to manage, but more inclusive and more diverse. So it was a good step forward. And more or less since this year, since 2021, France, Egypt, and a group of trans-regional states is proposing to go further and to choose a new vehicle, which is the POA. Why do we propose this? That's because, so as I told you 25 years ago, the question was, do we have to implement international law in the cyberspace? And then we did work hard to understand how to implement international law. And we did all together adopt some norms and norms of state behavior and important principles and some red lines, and that was important. I can tell you, for example, that when I do observe what's happening in Ukraine and in some conflicts, we understand that some red lines are known, and there is a little form of refrain, some attitude are not there. So we can observe that it was important to collectively, together, recognize some principles and promise to respect some norms. But that's not enough, and that our view is that it's time to go further. The most obvious aspect is that in the UN system, we are 200, more or less 200 states, and for most of them, to implement those norms is very difficult. If you don't have a cyber law, a cyber police, a cyber justice, a CERT, etc., how can you implement those very complex norms? So capacity building, for example, matters. If we don't organize collectively to be sure that every state will have the ability to build serious resilience, what's the point to discuss norms if you cannot implement them? That's one important aspect. A second one is, of course, the multi-stakeholder issue. So as I told you, those processes were born within the first committee. First committee deals with state behavior and state relation. It's about war and peace. So the first committee is not the most multi-stakeholder committee in the UN system, of course. But regarding cybersecurity, cyber war, cyber peace, first, the cyberspace is not a natural space. It's built by someone. So private sector matters. And then the boundaries between conflict, belligerent, civil society are weaker and weaker. So for a lot of reasons, a strong, real conversation with civil society and private sector is important. So we want to open a more inclusive forum, open to more actors, while respecting state sovereignty, of course. So we have to design something with rooms to exchange all together, and while respecting some prerogative and responsibilities of states. So for all those reasons, we consider that it's time to build the next vehicle, and we intend to implement it after the end of the current open-ended working group. And the interest of a program of action, so this is a format that does exist in the UN system. For example, there is a program of action for small arms and lethal weapons. First, this is a permanent body. That's very important. First, of course, this is a UN and inclusive body. Everyone can join the project. This is not for few states. This is open to every member states. A permanent body that can have a dedicated team. That's important because if you observe the 25 years process, there were sequences of 3 and then 5 years. But every 3 years, you do negotiate a mandate. You build a new team. You adopt a final resolution, and then you dismantle everything, and you renegotiate a new process. So we need continuity, we need memories, we need dedicated team, we need a more action-oriented process because we want to be able, for example, to contribute to finance capacity building, or why not to publish some indexes. The POA for small arms and lethal weapons does produce the disarmament index. So they create knowledge and they share resources. They are not just there to adopt a final resolution. And we need a body where you can design a global architecture to have a better cooperation and conversation with civil society and private sector. So that's why we are proposing a new format and a new project And we hope that in the next 2 years we will succeed to create this.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Verdier. I think that was very helpful context into the evolution of these discussions. And I'm sure we'll be picking up on your point about the need for a strong and real conversation with a range of stakeholders. So thank you. With that, I'd like to turn to our next speaker. Dave, Australia has been a long-standing advocate of the establishment of the POA as an institutionalized UN mechanism and as the next evolution in UN cyber discussions. But what does a functioning POA look like? And in your view, what are the key ingredients to its success?
Thank you, Ellie. Appreciate that for the question. Also, good day to everyone here in the room this morning. Thank you for joining us. My response has a lot of overlap and will reaffirm some of the sentiments shared by Henry here. Even though I really want to reaffirm the importance of that. So, look, Australia is proud to be a strong supporter of the initiative to establish a permanent mechanism for responsible state behaviour in the UN. We really are. We really believe that the time is ripe to collectively discuss a future permanent mechanism to ensure the endurability of the UN dialogue on responsible state behaviour. As Henry said before, the continuity is really important in that respect. We were heartened by the broad cross-regional support for the UNGA resolution on the POA last year. And so we're really, I think with that, we really want to continue and drive forward on the POA and use that momentum. And I suppose we're looking forward to seeing how that pans out next in the coming negotiations in the first committee. Really, we think Australia thinks that the POA should build on the hard collaborative work of the open-ended working group in providing practical guidance to implement the UN framework on responsible state behaviour. That's absolutely paramount. The POA is the mechanism to carry forward this commitment. It's really important to rules-based cyberspace. And again, the permanent nature allows us to focus on the matters at hand, the substance at hand, rather than renegotiating the processes. But importantly, the POA's focus on capacity building, which is actually something really strong to my heart that I used to work on in Australia. The focus on the capacity building will facilitate all countries, big and small, developing and developed, to determine their own digital future. And I think that's absolutely imperative. It's critical again that we do not lose that momentum of setting up a functioning POA. So what does that involve? I say to you a couple of elements. One, its scope. It needs a clear mandate that builds upon and reaffirms the agreed framework on responsible behaviour in cyberspace, responsible state behaviour. The second thing I'd say is flexibility. It needs both substantive and procedural flexibility so that the POA can evolve with the global developments. Now really, what does this mean? It means that the framework may be further developed by consensus, but it also has the procedural flexibility in meeting the structures, plenary reviews, and technical meetings that is involved in this whole system. The third element is ensuring that the framework can be put into practice. And again, that really highlights my focus and mentioned before on capacity building. And the fourth element is inclusion. And that's a really, really important thing. Although states remain the main players in a state-based process, discussion should be open to all, to other stakeholders. We need to empower meaningful participation of voices that aren't normally at the table, as they bring unique perspective. Whether, for example, Indo-Pacific countries and Pacific Island countries that do not have the capacity or the resources to meaningfully to engage. We want to be able to foster that. I think the other thing is that non-state actors would also help to further refine the POA and to advance the solutions under this. So I think that we're confident that if we're serious, if we're all committed collectively to this and incorporating these elements, that the POA and its process will see a strong initiative for fostering peace and stability in cyberspace. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you so much, Dave. I think that was really helpful to unpack and understand better what the POA could achieve and the different ingredients in your view that are so important to it. Just for those who've joined us recently, we are also using the Slido platform to facilitate interaction during the session. Some of you may be familiar with it already. If not, I promise it's very simple to use. You can just visit the URL slido.com and then you'll be prompted to enter a code, which is cyber-POA. And we've asked a series of questions there on your perspectives on the POA and whether you've already inputted to consultations on its contents and if you feel they've been reflected in its design. So the first question on perspectives, I'll just ask our online moderator, Katie, if there have been any further inputs to that question. So actionable, permanent, inclusive, and a crucial roadmap. Those have been the contributions from people, our participants, virtually and in person. Thank you. So at this point, before we turn to our next two brilliant speakers, I'd just like to take pause to ask if we have any questions at this stage. So far, our discussion has focused on understanding what the POA is and what it could hope to achieve. In the next aspect of the discussion, we'll be focusing on precisely which aspects of the agenda it could seek to move forward, how it can ensure that it's multi-stakeholder and rights respecting. So perhaps if you have questions, please focus them more on the broad scope of the POA. With that, does anyone have any questions in the room? If you do, please use one of these two microphones. Or Katie, do we have any questions online? Perfect. Okay. Well, I will move to our next question, which is to Joyce Hackney from Chatham House. Joyce, Chatham House has been an active observer of the UN Open-Ended Working Group on ICTs and is undertaking research on key areas of its mandate, including the application of international law in cyberspace and the further interpretation and application of cyber capacity building principles, among other things, I'm sure. So based on your findings so far and your experience in this process, how could the POA make progress in these areas and contribute to responsible state behaviour in cyberspace?
Thank you very much, Ellie, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be with my panelists here and to be speaking about this very important topic. I mean, we've heard from the previous speakers about the importance of the POA and the importance of the issue, right? The importance of, international peace and security and responsible behavior in cyberspace. And we heard also from them about, how it should be ensuring this continuity and have this flexibility. And I guess maybe sort of like my starting point to your question is to focus on the importance of applying the consensus, applying the acquis that you talked about. It's very important to reiterate that states have agreed on the rules of the road, right? This framework that we often refer to. Not once, but 3 times, right? First in 2015 and then again in 2021, both in the open-ended working group and in the GGE that the ambassador talked about. So it is very, very important and not very, common that states agree on something, and particularly in cyberspace, and that, there is a consensus that is reached. So this building on that consensus and operationalizing this framework is extremely important, and the POA, as we have heard, can help with that. As we know, there is a conversation now, or maybe different visions between implementing what we have agreed upon or, sort of like building new norms or building new legal instruments. And sort of like my position to that is first, These don't have to be mutually exclusive. And second, before we understand what is needed, we have to understand how the current agreement works, right? Does it work well? Does it sort of address the issue that we're trying to solve? Are there gaps, etc.? And if so, what is the appropriate sort of solutions that we need to develop? So that's quite an important process, I suppose, in order not to develop half-baked solutions. So I guess the focus of the POA on implementing the framework is a very important one. Now, if we all agree that the implementation is important, then the next question becomes, how do you actually do that? And as we know, the failure to implement the framework is often not related to willingness, right? Like, it's not like because states don't want to do so. More often than not, it's an issue of capacity, right? There's lack of capacity, there is lack of resources, and there is a lack of a structured and consistent approach. So as we've heard, the POA can help address all of those, right? It can help build the capacity. It can help, create the sustainable and long-term sort of permanent forum. And also, as we have seen with other POAs, it can help bring resources that will help with operationalization, right? Because it's all good to talk about, oh, yes, we want to do this, we want to do that. But if we don't have the funding, the resources, the human and otherwise, it's very difficult to actually make progress. Now, to your specific question on how the POA can contribute to the international law discussions specifically, I guess when I first sort of heard about the POA when it was first put on the table, what I was interested in the most is this sort of like this approach of kind of like having dedicated conversations about the different pillars of the framework, on CBMs, on international law, on norms. So you're not entangling them with each other, and so that, the success of one of the pillars is not contingent upon the successes of others. And I think that's really important because we need to appreciate that, conversations need to proceed somehow at a different pace. They need require different approaches, etc. So the way the POA can function, or if it goes in that direction, I think can be helpful to generate meaningful progress. So on the international law, front, there can be dedicated discussions, a dedicated work stream that not only talk about international law in broad terms, but also goes specifically, let's say, in international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and address that sort of like those importance, specificities and nuances in those conversations. And something that the previous speakers focused upon, and of course, like strong advocate being, a stakeholder, non-state stakeholder ourselves, there is the importance of bringing the different perspectives into the debate. Of course, the development of international law is the prerogative of states, and no one is disputing that, but the experts' perspectives and the experts' input is extremely valuable. In my organization, we have been doing quite a lot of work about the application of international law to cyberspace. A lot of like really important findings have come out of that work. So having the opportunity to contribute to the discussions is extremely valuable. And not only sort of like bringing the perspectives of multi-stakeholders, I think by having those dedicated conversations that aren't necessarily always confrontational, right? We've agreed on that. What does that mean? What do we think it means? It also can help create that opportunity for states to learn from each other, right? And we have seen, at the moment, I think the states who have published their positions on how international law applies to cyberspace, I think they're 30, so like a very small group of the 193 states, and that is expanding. You're the first, yes. But looking, for instance, at the UK, the country I'm based in, they have been sort of evolution in the way they've been thinking about the international law application to cyberspace, to take into more consideration how the threat landscape is evolving. In the latest one, 2022, there was quite a big focus on ransomware, on the health sector, etc. So having those dedicated discussions in the POA will allow this opportunity to kind of compare notes, because as we know, even countries that are allies don't agree on all the principles of international law and how they think they apply. So having those constructive conversations will be very, very important. And maybe I'll conclude by one more thing, because you also asked me about the capacity building principles and how they can be operationalized. We're doing at Chatham House a project at the moment, taking the 10 principles that were agreed upon in the OEWG report in 2021 and trying to kind of like unpack them. What do they mean? What is driving them? How can they be implemented in a kind of capacity building context? And we'll be presenting that work in New York on the sides of the July session of the open-ended working group. So if we had a work stream on capacity building as part of the POA, it'd be great to sort of like be part of that and contribute with our perspectives and the perspectives of other stakeholders on this important issue.
Thank you so much, Joyce. That was really helpful to understand how the POA itself as the mechanism could be a really valuable venue for progressing discussions on those specific areas. And I found very compelling your remark that the different strands could potentially progress at different paces. I know that there have indeed only been around 30 states sharing their views on international law, but we've observed at least that some of these discussions have become richer and more detailed at recent sessions on international law and its application to cyberspace specifically. So I'm sure we can unpack that more in the discussion. But I'd like to turn now to Raman Singh Chima from Access Now. Raman, given Access Now's work to defend and extend the digital rights of users at risk, how, in your view, can the BOA help to ensure cyber stability and peace with a focus on the protection of those most at risk from threats in cyberspace?
Thank you so much, Ali. And I just wanted to give some context for why we participate in the program of action and what our interests are. Access Now is an international digital rights organization, a civil society organization. And we, in a sense, are in an interesting position. We are a cybersecurity or digital security provider. We assist civil society and actors in the wider civil sphere, you could say, at risk in regards to their reactive and proactive cybersecurity needs. And we also additionally analyze, track, publicly advocate and campaign on these issues. And our engagement on this in terms of all these cyber processes in the UN and these discussions around the program of action is also recognizing a couple of different facts. The current status of cybers, or you could say operations or state cyber behavior, which is alarming. There's a significant increase in problematic cyber operations between states, but also increasingly targeting human rights actors as well as humanitarian actors. And additionally, you are seeing a contestation on some of even these agreed norms, which is extremely alarming. But that said, the fact that we essentially have a new cyber process in the United Nations, agreed by such a large number of stakeholders, is a significant development. It's a milestone. And it goes to the fact that we do recognize that, again, many actors have said they want regular forms of dialogue that is anchored in the UN, even though people acknowledge that the UN is not the best place for all of these conversations, but perhaps it is one of those regular places, a sort of common space or a court that people go to very regularly on this. And from our perspective, we do think that the fact that this space exists is good, but we should challenge actors. As I've said to Henri or to others as well, I think it's very important that we do have some ambition and we do have some objectives here. Ultimately, we are a human rights organization. For us, the conversation is important. The fact that we're having this civilly, instead of trading either literally cyber warfare or cyber norm warfare by different resolutions or contestation is a good thing, but there are very real world outcomes or very real world threats we need to recognize that should be addressed by these processes. For us, it is definitely even the recognition of the threats that civil society and wider actors face that should be part of the POA process. I think, for example, many of us have acknowledged and been glad that at least the sort of problematic space for problematic cyber threats that humanitarian actors has at least been discussed in the UN open-ended working group. But the fact that it's been difficult to secure success on that, in even naming it in the reports of the current OEWG, shows that that is a space we can do more. We can talk about how humanitarian actors are under regular concerted cyber attack, how human rights defenders are under different forms of cyber intimidation, including specifically the proliferation of spyware and of the hack-for-hire and cyber mercenary industry that makes spyware possible. And even a recognition, for example, in that area, that spyware or the activities of this hack-for-hire cyber mercenary industry undermines global cybersecurity as a whole. And that's, I think, where, for us, for example, a very important area that we could see potential progress. And I was heartened that even in the UN open-ended working group process, the current OEWG, chaired by Ambassador Gafoor of Singapore, there was an attempt to name this in the recent draft of the annual periodic report of the OEWG. Unfortunately, it wasn't accepted, which shows the importance of having a cyber process where we can talk about these issues. But I keep saying, like, we need a little bit of a real-world check. We need to make sure that this OEWG, the POA implements the agreed norms in the OEWG, but also talks about the current external threats and also talks about where we need norm evolution. And that way, in fact, I wanted to like strongly second what Joyce was saying, that it's not a choice between one or the other. It's doing both in one place there. I also just wanted to comment on the real-world politics that drives some of these cyber processes. The fact that, for example, we can go into deeper discussion. I think having a regular fixed place to discuss this is a good thing, because I think anyone who follows the OEWG or other processes knows that there is a lot of even fear and uncertainty about having dedicated deep discussions on particular topics because of the sort of shifting nature of the OEWG, or even an uncertainty that, okay, if we separate into working groups, does it allow one state or a couple of states to dominate on one issue compared to others? And these are, again, important modality issues to work out there. But I think a regular place that is an existing standing mechanism also provides more comfort to states. That is not something where people are going to try to rush through one agenda. There may be many different things. So we can go deep into detail. Because I think when you talk to any of the delegates outside of the main committee rooms in even the OEWG right now, many of them acknowledge we know we need to go deeper. We need to go deeper onto current threats. We need to go deeper on concrete things, like, for example, state cooperation on talking about cybersecurity vulnerabilities, vulnerability sharing, joint action, and many other areas, including the always favorite topic of international law. But no one right now is willing, I think beyond a point, to go deep into this in the OEWG structure. So more progress there would be useful. And I did want to name one more area that I think it's interesting, even when it comes to implementation. When we've talked about the current OEWG norms, for example, the fact, and the GGA norms, rather, as talked about in the OEWG, even areas of, such as the targeting of CSIRTs, the computer security incident response teams and others, is an area that we can talk more about and concretely take action. So at least the current key, you could say, first responders who are trying to protect the internet, trying to advance cybersecurity, are not further put at risk. But that's, in a sense, what my hope is, that we talk about the actors who are immediately right now at risk and who perhaps not been able to be served or at least better talked about in the OEWG process. We do challenge the more proliferating actors there, and I would put it to all of you that I think there is space to talk about spyware and to talk about the hack-for-hire industry, because if we let it continue to proliferate, and I'm using that term to provoke the diplomats here in the room, that will in fact reduce cybersecurity as a whole. And as I mentioned, we do need to think about who's actually there. I think if you have a regular form of dialogue, many actors will be there beyond the usual suspects as well, particularly from the cybersecurity community, including those outside of, say, the global north, or even like-minded states, who do have a critical role to play in this. And that's why I'm very happy that we're having this conversation in this IGF here in Japan. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you so much, Raman. Yeah, very much appreciate and second your remarks. And I thank you also for that reality check, and also for grounding our conversation in some of the real-life impacts of these most systemic threats, including spyware and otherwise. So I hope we can pick up on that in the discussion shortly. But I'd also just like to welcome David Fairchild, First Secretary of the Permanent Mission of Canada, and to ask David a question before opening to a more open and interactive dialogue. So David, Canada has played an active role in promoting multi-stakeholder and human-centric approaches to cyber policy-making processes. What are the challenges in ensuring states and other actors can meaningfully input to the POA, and how can these be overcome to ensure a mechanism which benefits all participants?
Good morning, and I apologize for being late. Very unprofessional, so excuse me for that. Just something I could not avoid this morning. So thank you for the question, Ellie, and good morning to everybody and panelists. I won't take a lot of time arriving late, but I think it's very important. A couple of questions. Of course, the human-centric approach is an issue we're starting to see more and more in the UN. This relates, I think, largely to efforts by a number of member states, I think, to further entrench the international human rights frameworks into ongoing UN processes. This is an effort I think Canada obviously supports, gender being one primary one that Canada, both from its foreign policies and international assistance policies, pushes as a bedrock element of our policies. When it comes to multi-stakeholderism and Canada's efforts, I think if you were to go back and look at Canada's submissions and activities over the previous years, whether it be the GGEs or Open-Ended Working Group, we've tried to make working with the multi-stakeholder community an aspect of our policy development going into these negotiations. And so whether it be on some norms development, preparing our open-ended working group policy itself, we've tried to reach out and work before and months leading up to develop policies together. So a bit of a co-creation. I think we spoke about this in the July session. For us, co-creation is not something scary. I think some member states see sometimes the multi-stakeholder community as antagonistic, contrarian, or perhaps pushing policies that they can't support. For us, we've focused a lot of our efforts in the Latin American region. I see Pablo's in the room. We support a number of Women in Cyber Fellows. We actively support their activities and their work and policy development into these processes. But I think whether it be here or in other UN forums, I think we found that actually the co-creation model actually provides huge benefits. There are views, there are perspectives that I think member states either don't necessarily have the bench depth, they don't have some of the expertise that exists in the other civil society communities, academia, and I think we found that actually opening the doors, sitting down, in fact framing some of the policies that we wish to pursue, working with certain organizations in a trusted environment, has actually allowed us to deepen some of our policy understanding, which improves our ability to negotiate in the room. On the human-centric approach, I won't spend a lot of time because I think that one's probably been covered off. We see this is becoming quite an important aspect, I think, in our negotiating position strategically. The human rights framework is, I would argue, somewhat under attack. I think we wish to ensure that as we transition hopefully to program of action, but we also see this in other UN processes, that we ensure that the root of much of what we're trying to do is framed within the human rights framework context, which I think is a disputed space, unfortunately. I think I'll stop there for now, Ali.
Thank you so much, David. Always really appreciate Canada's support for multi-stakeholders and advocacy for the value of co-creation in these spaces. So we now have some time for discussion, for questions. For those in the room, please use these microphones. If you'd like to ask a question, please walk up to them and then I can hand the mic over to you. For those virtually, please place your questions in the chat. Kitty, do we have any questions online? Not at the moment. I will also share at the start of the discussion, we shared the details of a Slido with a poll to ask views and perspectives on the POA. They've been coming in throughout the discussion, so perhaps while we wait for some questions, I can share some of the inputs that have been made. So in terms of sharing perspectives on the POA, participants have commented that the POA should be a shared responsibilities of different actors, that it should be actionable and permanent. Some have also commented that it's undefined. Others have noted the value of it being inclusive. And speaking to the point of inclusivity, others have noted that it's predominantly state-based. We then asked if participants have inputted to dialogue on the POA. Some have, through member states, through engagement at the Open-Ended Working Group, and through civil society consultation. And when we asked if they felt their views had been incorporated, there was a spectrum of opinion on that point. So unless we have any questions online or in person, not yet, I'll just pose a question. Oh. Yeah. Please go ahead when you get to the mic.
Okay, right. Good morning. Thank you. Jennifer Bramlett. I work with the Counterterrorism Executive Directorate with the Security Council's Counterterrorism Committee. We talked about the threat landscape, and of course, what we're looking at from the counterterrorism point of view is basically how violent extremists and terrorists can misuse cyber capacities to conduct terrorist attacks. We're focused very much on content, very much on purchase of weapons, use of the dark web, use of drones, use, financing of terrorism, et cetera, through cyber means, largely because we can't really talk about cybersecurity. The mandate for cybersecurity in the Security Council is limited to the protection of critical infrastructure from terrorist attacks. We're even somewhat limited to talking about the types of cyber attacks that terrorists could conduct against critical infrastructure. We have kind of a no-go zone, particularly when it comes to anything that could smack of state-sponsored cyber warfare. We can't even approach it. So we have a very, very, very narrow window on cybersecurity in the Security Council. And what this means is that CTED and the UN Office on Counterterrorism are very limited in the types of technical assistance and capacity building that we can do. So UNOCT, and it's not normal for CTED to promote OCT, but here we are. They've put out some very good knowledge products. They're available on OCT's website. It's through the OCT program on cyber and emerging technologies. And again, they've put out a practical guide for first responders to an event of what to look for in terms of e-evidence, how to process it, et cetera. There are a number of other really interesting guidelines, but the focus of the work is largely on open source intelligence, training law enforcement officers and security officers how to comb through and look for content because of this limitation. And so where I'm going with this is really to see, and to encourage the work of OEWG, the work of the other bodies in the UN on the General Assembly side of the House, to start to bring this language into the counterterrorism strategy and to bring it in through negotiations with member states into the Security Council area so that we can work on it more effectively. With regards to human rights, just to point out that OHCHR and the Special Rapporteur for Human Rights and Counterterrorism have very emphatically stated that international law frameworks, including international human rights law, applies equally online as offline. And that's language that, from my perspective, I'd like to see that repeated more often and brought into UN architectures and reports to emphasize that, because again, that helps me to be able to talk more specifically about human rights and not having to debate that human rights, yes, apply equally online as offline. And then finally, CTED's in the process of finalizing the drafting for the non-binding guiding principles for member states on ICT and preventing and countering their exploitation for terrorist purposes. And granted, it will be a negotiated document, but I do invite you to reach out to me or to my office if there is language that you want to see. I did 14 rounds of negotiations and consultations with civil society, academia, with UN partners, IROs, et cetera, but there's still room for language to come in, and if there's language that's being developed for the POA that could be rolled into these non-binding guiding principles for member states, because implementation of regulations and everything else is going to be very important, kind of the downstream piece, then please do. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for that very helpful contribution. I think there was some really helpful remarks there. I wonder if anyone wants to react to them. Yeah, Henri?
So you did have a small view on the vast diversity of topics, actors, and that's very interesting, and thank you for the opportunity. I would like to put the emphasis of one very important aspect. We did all mention implementation, action-oriented, etc. But the big question is, can we build peace, stability, and security just with norms, just with promises of good behavior. And my view, our view, is that that's not enough. Norms, law matters, of course, a lot. But we are speaking about the cyberspace. I was thinking, a long time before Tolkien wrote The Lord of the Rings, Plato, do you remember, wrote about the ring of Gyges. Do you remember this text? And the question was, if I can be invisible, will I remain ethical? And Plato said no, if I'm invisible. And the question is, in the cyberspace, can we build more resilience? And to build resilience, we need to go a bit further than norms and text. We need to help everyone to have good infrastructures. We need to help everyone to have good organization, to build capacities. And I'm very serious, because as I said, the next step in the cyber warfare or terrorist attack or hybrid threat is that everyone will attack someone through another country and will remain invisible, not eternally, but during a few weeks, which is enough to destabilize or to change the course of a conflict. So the question is, the real reason where we did propose to go further than DGEs and open-ended working group is that we consider that if we want peace, stability, security, you need to introduce within not just the conversation, but the work. Design of infrastructures, capacity building, etc. And that's very important because that's a bit new in the first committee. We have to think not just in terms of international law, but also in terms of building security, which is a step further. And I want to emphasize this because this is the reason why it was so long, because we did change the framework of the conversation. And but also why there is some interest on this, and we really need to go in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Verdier. Roman, I think, wished to respond. I might ask you just to be brief so that we also have some time for some final remarks. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you for the question. I think it's an excellent one, and a comment also about all these different issues and equities at play in cyber conversations in the UN. And I think that's one important part of, as we built out the POA still, right? I think you've hit that very importantly. There are going to be many other cyber conversations, some that will take direction or steer from the POA, but others that may continue independently. My suspicion is that the counterterrorism debate is one that is still fairly complicated, particularly because of the sensitive nature or the contested nature of discussions around non-state actors in the existing OEWG process and elsewhere, that there may still be some lack of clarity for a while. And in a sense, many actors would have to depend on the Delhi Declaration and what came out of the Counterterrorism Committee and Security Council. But I think, again, naming that right, that the role of the POA with regards to the Security Council overall is going to be that sort of tricky area that we need to think about it further. I did want to strongly second what Henri said. It's not just about norms, it's about thinking through security and how we implement it. I think that is why I'm also interested very specifically on how human rights and human rights defenders come into the conversation, because the conversation in the OEWG is being challenging for humanitarian actors and international humanitarian law. I suspect there's still a lot of resistance to talking about targeting of HRDs. And if one were to talk about HRDs, counterterrorism, and cyber as well, it's even more contested. So I think we should go there. That's exactly where we should land in a few years. I suspect in the initial period, everyone's going to shy away from it.
Just a brief reaction from Joyce before our final remarks.
Thank you. Very briefly, I think you raised a very important point, and building on what Raman said, how can, and it's important actually that it's coming from someone within the UN system. I mean, we struggle with the fact that the UN cyber processes do not connect with each other, right? And you're raising a larger point, how can they connect with other issues? And Raman talked about the sensitivities. And I think to me, this is really where the multi-stakeholders can play a very important role, right? Kind of in understanding where they connect, understanding where the linkages are, where the overlaps are, and bringing them to the table. And hopefully the POA can be a vehicle for doing that.
Thank you so much, Joyce. I'd now like to turn to speakers just for their final remarks. I ask that you maybe take no more than 30 seconds, a minute, if possible. But in those final remarks, I would be keen particularly to hear your views on the next steps and specifically how the wider community and stakeholders can become more involved in these discussions. So I'd like to turn first to Ambassador Verdier, if you're ready, or else to another speaker.
Yes, but I've made my final remark. I think security in a world where you can be invisible.
Thank you. And Dave?
Thank you. I really want to pick up on three things that was mentioned before: actionable, permanent, and inclusive. Absolutely hear you. Australia does. I think that's why Australia is advocating the participation of all member states, all countries, and non-state actors. That was in our messaging, and we really want to emphasise that. Permanent, absolutely. Again, that's why we highlighted that we see the POA as a means to do that. The POA in itself does that. And actionable, that's why, again, we absolutely support the emphasis and focus on the capacity building there too. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joyce?
Thanks, Ali. I think it's heartening to hear about how multi-stakeholderism and the inclusion aspect is being pushed for by the some of the kind of like pioneers of this initiative, and we look forward to hopefully seeing this initiative as one, as sort of like moving the conversation beyond just should the multi-stakeholders be in the room to actually how do we work better together.
Thank you, Joyce. Roman, may I turn to you?
Participation is crucial. I think, in fact, there I am worried that the POA is still one more cyber process anchored in UN headquarter locations and not internationally. And just actionable things. Many of the governments and actors here, are there consultations on the POA process in your capitals or where you are? That's maybe an immediate next step. I'll leave this with you. Participation is crucial. Frankness and ambition is as, if not even more important.
Okay, well, last word to me. Yeah, just thanks very much, and I think much of what I was said is already covered off here. It's about equity and agency. I've said this for a long time. I mean, cyberspace is a co-owned space. I think member states have to recognize that. The POA is an aggregator. There are lots of strands of works. It will only increase as we look at the bridging the digital divide and accelerating connectivity. Cyber resilience, which was mentioned, I think is a developmental issue closely linked to cybersecurity, and that is only going to expand as we try to bring on the last 2.6. For Canada, involvement, the POA for us is just simply the way to institutionalize that dialogue and provide a platform to bring people together to work through the issues and look at ways to bridge the gap, so from a capacity building perspective. Thank you.
And thank you so much to all the speakers for those important reflections. I hope we can capture them in the report. And then just to conclude with some very short summary reflections, I think we've heard that the POA would be only the next step in a long history and evolution of discussions on cyber at the UN, that it must implement the framework, but that it must also allow for evolving discussions, but indeed that it's also more than the framework. It must allow for capacity building and operationalization of discussions within it, but also that it must walk the talk and respond to real-life events and to threats, that a diversity of views must inform it, and indeed that as a mechanism it must be co-created and co-owned. With that, I would like to thank you for your time, for your participation in the poll, and wish you a happy rest of your time at the IGF. Thank you.
extras in? Participants list? Oh, no, but please wait. Let's check the.
No internet outside the compact.
Go.
But then it's this one, the first one that we tackle, cyber program of action. Hello, everyone. So we slowly starting this session. If possible, please sit a bit closer to the stage. It's not scary. um, Welcome, everyone, to the Geneva Dialogue session. Today, we will discuss the implementation of the cyber norms, and the focus will be on the implementation of these norms by non-state actors and relevant stakeholders. But we'll also discuss the expectations between the stakeholders, who should do what and who expected to do what to implement the norms. And our focus will be on the two specific norms related to supply chain security and responsible reporting of ICT vulnerabilities. My name is Anastasia Kazakova. Those who don't know me, I'm a Cyber Diplomacy Knowledge Fellow at Diplom. And I'd like to remind as well to those who are not familiar with the Geneva Dialogue, the process is international conversation initiated in 2018 and led since then by DIPLA and also initiated by the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. This year, exclusively, we also have the partnership and the support from the Center of Digital Trust, EPFL Lausanne, and UBS. The Geneva Dialogue on Responsible Behavior in Cyberspace focuses on the discussions of different roles and responsibilities in cyberspace to enhance the security and stability there. And this year we focus on the normative framework, which has been agreed and negotiated upon by states. And as I mentioned, our focus is two specific norms today. We have covered stakeholders, multiple stakeholders, representatives of different stakeholder groups throughout this year, and we had different consultations to discuss whether the stakeholders agree or disagree with states about these norms, whether they see the challenges, how to implement them, and what could be the best practices that could be shared with the other communities. So the early insights that we got will be framed within Geneva Dialogue, and we will also publish the final results within the Geneva Manual at the end of this calendar year. The Geneva Manual will be the comprehensive guidance on the non-state actors' implementation of these two cyber norms, but strategically we will also expand the outlook and look for the other norms. So to introduce all of you with what the Geneva Manual is, we have the zero draft and some early insights that we received from the first consultations that we organized with the stakeholders. I'm also happy to introduce my two colleagues part of the team today who will also help to moderate the discussion. So online, hope that's possible to display the screen. So online with us today, I'm happy to introduce Vladimir Radunovic, Director of Cybersecurity and E-Diplomacy programs at Diplom. Vlada will introduce us with some early insights of the Geneva Manual today. And also with us in the room, I'm also happy to introduce Pavlina Edelson, Executive Director of Diplo US. So probably a final note from my side. We will have the discussion today as one of the further addition to the consultations we held this year with the non-state actors. And the goal will be to, again, hear all of your inputs, your agreements, disagreements with the norms, your reflections, where you as a representative of the stakeholder groups see the implementation of the norms and which good practices could be shared in this regard. After the IGF, we will also share the results and the insights within Geneva Manual, and we'll be also happy to hear further feedback from the IGF community and beyond. So thank you very much again for joining us, and I'd just like to pass the floor to Vlada to share some early insights of the Geneva Manual. Thank you. Vlada, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nastya. With the traditional greeting, I hope you can hear me from the middle of the night. This is the first time that actually we in the European time zone have to sacrifice our sleep. It's usually on the Asian side, so I'm glad to break that ice and happy to wake up early. As Nastya mentioned, I'll briefly run through, if I can be brief, through the Geneva Dialogue and what are the first intentions when it comes to what is the background and the first intentions of the Geneva Manual. So I'll share the screen. I promise I'm not going to bug for too long with slides. I hate slides, but this is important for the introduction of the discussion. We have been talking about responsible behavior in cyberspace for quite some time, and many of you know about the United Nations norms of responsible behavior. There are 11 norms, but 2 of them particularly stand out for us in the Geneva Dialogue, and they were basically the background of our discussions. They relate, so those 2 norms are one related to the integrity of supply chain and the other one related to reporting of ICT vulnerabilities. The logic was that in majority of cases of particularly sophisticated cyber attacks, vulnerabilities are one of the main building blocks. And if we could reduce the vulnerabilities in digital products, we could probably reduce the exploitation and the load of cyber attacks. So looking at these 2 norms, if you read them briefly, the first one says the states should take responsible steps to ensure the integrity of the supply chain so that end users can have confidence in the security of ICT products. And the other one says states should encourage responsible reporting of ICT vulnerabilities and share associated information on available remedies to such vulnerabilities to limit and possibly eliminate potential threats. Now, what stands out is because the norms are basically, and these norms are focused on the state-to-state relations, what stands out is the role of the states in these 2 norms. What is not so clear, but is absolutely clear if you read between the lines, is that none of this can happen without other stakeholders. The information sharing, the response to vulnerabilities, the ensuring the integrity of supply chain and reasonable steps, as the norm says, that all basically requires the involvement of variety of stakeholders, and this is exactly what we want to look at. That means civil society, industry, research, academic communities, users, and everyone else, but only the states. Now, looking at what the Geneva Dialogue is, how we can describe it, and Nastya scratched the surface of that, thematic focus in the last couple of years, and we've been here for 5 years already, discussing the roles and responsibilities of various stakeholders, is the security of digital products. That is the focus and these two norms that we're looking at. And when it comes to stakeholders, as I mentioned, we are trying to bring in the views and contributions of all different stakeholders. So both the vendors that are doing often quite much to reduce vulnerabilities by security by design and other approaches. The researchers who are trying to find and disclose the vulnerabilities. The academic sector that is usually looking into norms, but also assessing the efficiency of some of those practices. Civil society, which has been a lot concerned about human rights, and rightly so, with the espionage and surveillance tools that are also based on vulnerabilities. So there are many actors that actually have a lot of stakes. And we are basically a global initiative. Even though the Geneva is in the name, it is more like the description of the good offices of Geneva for international discussions and dialogue rather than a geographical location. Now, what is the goal of the Geneva Manual? As Nastya said, in the past couple of years, we've been trying to collect good and bad practices of what, particularly in the industry, have been doing in regards of strengthening the digital products. But now we're trying to see, to provide a very useful guidance. Imagine it as, and it's not going to be only a booklet, it'll probably be a combination of visuals, tools like AI tools, interactive platforms. So you get one of those packages. Let's say you're a representative of an NGO in Africa, doesn't really matter. You get one of those small booklets or packages of material so that you can go through and see what you can do to reduce the vulnerabilities. In your case, it could be advocacy, it could be education, it could be a pressure on businesses and so on. Same stands for small businesses, same stands for researchers. Everyone has a role to play, everyone has incentives, everyone has expectations from the others in that pool of actors, from governments to businesses to civil society, users, and so on. Ultimately, all of us are users of digital products. So it should be a very practical guide on what each of us can do and how we interplay best. Now, some of the sneak peeks into the early draft, the general couple of takeaways which are interesting now, still quite general, but there are many more specific ones we are discussing in the process of drafting the manual. So stakeholders agree in general that norms are important, but they see it differently often. Geopolitical trends are challenges to implementation of those norms. The governments that develop advanced cyber capabilities sometimes retain these vulnerabilities, and there is a risk of that instead of disclosing them. There is a co-shared responsibility and contribution to overall security, so everyone has a role to play. There is no single entity, this is interesting, that has full complete control or accountability over supply chain security. And there is a need for universally accepted rules and standards for supply chain security, and not just state-to-state relations. Trust is one of the key issues in vulnerability reporting and information sharing. Now, moving to a couple of open questions which are really provocative, and we'll address some of them today at the session. So, who is primarily expected to take an action on an insecure product, on a vulnerability? Is it the vendor only? Is it the regulator on a broader and longer term? Is it an open source community if much of the components are from the open source? Is it researchers or us, the users? Are labeled digital products more secure than non-labeled ones? We have seen attempts of regulators such as Singapore, EU to introduce labeling schemes. Should there be an obligation on the level of manufacturers for software bill of materials so that they actually know what's inside? And also patching of whom would the reporting of vulnerabilities be considered responsible? And a very interesting question, can we really trust national cybersecurity authorities having in mind the possible abuse of vulnerabilities for state capacities? In terms of supply chain, is it possible to develop the global rules on supply chain today? And is there an appropriate international platform for that? And lastly, are commercial vendors responsible for vulnerabilities in the open source that they use? And most of them actually use open source. And should they be required to actually patch and return the patches to the open source community? These are just some questions that we touch upon. As Nastya said, what we expect from you, apart from this discussion, is to share good and bad practices, your views on these questions, be with us when we draft in a public form the final output of the Geneva manual online, and then for the event in Geneva, but I'm sure Nastya will mention more on that. Nastya, back to you. I'll just share the questions they will discuss, but back to you to guide the next steps.
Thank you very much, Vlada. And thanks so much for sharing the summaries from the Zero Draft. For those who are partners already of the dialogue, we'll be sharing the Zero Draft really soon, and we'll be grateful for your feedback. Again, agreements, disagreements with different bits of the manual. And again, if you are not a part of the dialogue, but you would like to contribute, feel free to reach out to us. The final launch of the inaugural edition of the manual will be in December this year. So now we'd like to again hear your thoughts, and we have 4 questions for the discussion. You have them on the big screen. The idea that with my colleague Pavlina, we'd like to split you in 2 small groups, but probably we'll just make one group. And let's discuss the questions. And people who join us so late, for those who are based in Europe, and for others who are based in other parts of the world in Zoom. So this is a question that we also invite you to discuss. We'll have around 20 minutes to share the reflections. Vlada and I will carefully listen to all of you to make the notes that will be extremely valuable for further work with the manual. And after the 20 minutes, we will also have the floor to ask some follow-up questions, to share the summaries. And again, if you have any further reading contributions, we'll be really grateful for this. So now, Vlada, I guess we'll take the moment for the discussion, and I'll get back to the main room in 20 minutes.
Fran, you can mute us in your room, and then we'll continue discussions online and get back to you in 20 minutes.
Super. So we kindly ask the organizers to mute as well as for the participants who joined online, so we do not interrupt the discussions as well. Thank you.
Unplug the cables. Okay. I hope they won't be, okay, we cannot hear Nastya, that's good. And I hope they cannot hear us.
Can we mute as well,
anymore.
participants on the Zoom?
Just tone us down. And
Oh, okay, I don't hear Vlada anymore, so that's good. Thank you.
So why don't we just move these chairs like this, and then we sit around it? How about that?
So we connected, right? Thank you. Vlada, colleagues, let us know if you could hear us.
The floor, can we give him another minute and then you can hear him as well? I guess, Martin, you don't have a problem with that. And then you take over the floor. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Martin, please.
Okay. Information confidential.
Vlada, I'm sorry. I guess we need to proceed. We have approximately 6 minutes till the end of the discussion.
Sure. Do you want me to run through quickly through our group?
Yeah. That would be good. Please do.
So we didn't address question by question. I think we addressed all of them simultaneously. Some interesting takeaways that we came up that the list of actors that we have to look at is actually bigger. Not all industries are the same, so there are differences in industry players. Some are producing gadgets, some are producing critical components. Then not all vulnerabilities are in software, some are in misconfiguration, which means you also have consumers or operators or system integrators. Then having an analogy of a food supply chain, if you find something wrong in a food, you get back to maybe a supermarket first and then complain, which means we also have the responsibility of those marketplaces, whether those are the app stores or other platforms or distributors that are actually distributing the product. So the pool of responsibilities is getting bigger and bigger. There were mentionings of the use of advanced emerging technologies like AI to assist with verification of software, traceability, and so on, dependencies, but ultimately it's a human problem. So we cannot solve it without ideally a global system in a global jurisdiction as the only possible way. And that brought us to the regulatory framework, where we also had a chance to have a delegate from the European Union to tell us about the CRA plans, thinking about the extraterritorial effect of the regulations and the jurisdictions, basically, that there is an open question how to sync these all sort of regulatory frameworks. And finally, as I think Martin concluded, is that devil is in details. When it comes to sharing the information, when it comes to addressing the vulnerabilities, not all vulnerabilities are the same. Some bring risks. SBOM has certain risks. So it's really, devil is in details, and we have to unpack each and every detail of that and find the best way. I certainly forgot something, but the others can probably place in the chat if I forgot any important message. Back to you, Nasta.
Thanks a lot, and I'm really also happy personally to see all the familiar faces joining us. Thank you so much, Vlada, for this really informative sum up. So in our room, we also touched on various aspects, and I think that were really helpful. Particularly, we discussed about the responsibility, about the integrity of the supply chains, and we often speak about technical community, but there've been a really good comment what the technical community actually includes, what it actually, with particular actors and roles, it will presume in a particular context. I think the couple of the colleagues also mentioned that for discussing the security of digital products, we need a further categorization of these products to understand the level of criticality for each subset of the products, to define further the roles, responsibility, accountability. And with regards to either the labeled or non-labeled products do provide more security, we had a conversations that it's actually not necessarily that labeled products do provide more security, and that might be one of the actually factors that still users who lack of security information about the products need to be aware that even the product is labeled, they still might be not completely or absolutely secure. So there's still sort of the due diligence even on the shoulders of the users needs to be taken off. And I think one of the final good comments we discussed is further definition of the digital products. Within the context of the Geneva dialogue previously, we discussed different approaches across the industry, how to define the digital products. We also relied on the definition of the OECD, of other communities. So definitely it's one of the questions that might have regional specifics depending on where the community is allocated, on which approaches and mindsets are prevailing. But overall, that's one of the open questions still exist in the community. I'd like to open briefly the floor if anybody would like to take the floor and share any concluding remarks, both online and on-site.
I wouldn't mind just quickly commending, can I commend the Geneva dialogue and in particular Vlad and yourself, Nastya, for bringing this vitally important community together. And it's great to see the industry here. It's fantastic also to see folks like Madison from GitHub. Very important that we all come together for this. And I know that you're doing a lot of work behind the scenes to pull together this overall feedback into the UN system, into the global system. And I just wanted to flag what a terrific job you're doing, and thank you for doing it.
Thank you so much, Christopher, for always kind words and your contributions, regardless where you are, for your commitment to participate in the discussions. Vlada, if you have any brief reflections. So thank you so much. As again, we're really grateful for all of your feedback. We are finalizing the Geneva Manual, the Zero Draft. As a reminder, this will be published later this year as a comprehensive guidance on the contributions which relevant stakeholders could do to implement the norms. There would be different discussions of where the stakeholders agree with the norms that have been negotiated by states, where they still see the challenges to implement them, which good practices could be shared, and find useful by others in other regions and other communities. And we do invite after this session to contribute, to share your feedback. You could find the zero draft of the Geneva Manual later this month at the genevadialogue.ch. This is the main website, but also feel free to reach out directly to us. Thank you so much for being here, for your contributions. Thank you so much for those who joined us online, especially so late. We wish everyone the rest of the IGF and a good day and a good night. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hi, how are you? Nice
Okay.
to meet you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I came in late, and because we were in the AI standards session.
When we said goodbye, but I was supposed to be here as well.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. It's fine. Also, glad to meet you. I'm Anastasia.
Hello,
I work at
Anastasia.
Kaspersky now. I'm on Z++.
I'm well. But
Yeah, yeah.
isn't that online all the time?
Yeah, all the time. As many people, it's so strange to see only them through emails or that people do this in a real life. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I saw you grouped around the table. I thought, oh, am I in the right room? Are you having some kind of internal committee meeting or something? I didn't realise. And then I looked on the online. I saw Thad speaking. It was moved to another room, but it clicked what you were doing, and then because it was separate, the online discussion, like a sort of breakout. But when I came in here, I didn't know what was happening. And your van, is he home?
Johan? No, I think yesterday was his last day.
Ah, he's gone.
So he already left. I think tomorrow will be his birthday. So he left to celebrate, I guess, to the neighboring city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right. We were hoping to have a word with you on that.
Okay. Okay.
What do I do?
So sit, this is very
Have you got
nice.
time to have a quick chat?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
great. I'll just grab my stuff.
So, thank you for coming. We wait 5 minutes because some speakers didn't arrive. So, in more 5 minutes, you start. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, everyone, to our town hall session, Multi-Stakeholder Platform Regulation and the Global South. My name is Henrique Forhaber. I'm one of the board members of Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CGIBR. I represent the private sector there. I will be the moderator of this session, and Juliano will make the online moderation. First, I would like to thank the IGF organization for this space and everyone that's present here and online. Special thanks to our speakers. You have 6 speakers. just one speaker is here, Ms. Joane Cunha. He's Program Officer in Center for Communication Governance and National Law, University of Delhi, and the others are in their respective countries. So you have people from Brazil, Brasilia, Paris, Nigeria. So you have, appreciate very much those people that are in the late night, early morning together with us today. So the first speaker will be Marielza Oliveira. She's director of the UNESCO Communication and Information Sector Division for Digital Inclusion, Policy and Transformation. After her, you have Sunil Abraham. He's Public Policy Director from Facebook India. And after him, Kadira El-Usman. He's Senior Program Officer for Paradigm Institute. No, in fact, she's Officer for Paradigm Institute. After you have Miriam Wimmer, she's Director for the Brazilian Authority on Privacy and Data Security. After you have Joan, and at the end you have Renata Afla, who is CEO from Open Knowledge Foundation. We will give 8 minutes for each speaker, and after that we will open for questions for the audience here and also online. Okay. As you know, digital platforms have gained significant traction within the internet governance debates, as they have become essential tools for global large-scale public and private communications. However, a great part of the discussions revolves around the models followed by Europe that, as many point out, are then exported to global South countries. We mean global South countries as developing economies, okay? Just the name Global South may sometimes emit some to other questions. So you can understand the Global South country as developing countries on this area. But we see that the strong influence of Europe on regulations all over the world, and so-called Brussels effect, affect how regulations are adapted to local regional contexts. But countries in the developing economies are in different stages of institutional development, considering government bureaucracy, civil society organizations, or regional or international organizations. So governance arrangements that may work in the global north can fail in Latin America countries, for instance. Therefore, it's relevant to foster that exchange of experience between global south countries to formulate appropriate regulations to regional reality involving different stakeholders. In this sense, CGIBR, Brazil Internet Steering Committee, carried out a consultation on platform regulation this year. We received more than 1,000 contributions from individuals and organizations of different sectors. You are in the moment of preparing a summary to present to the society the main contributions about the theme that could guide CGIBR as to make their recommendations and guidelines for future work on that field. A relevant part of the consultation was precisely on the arrangement necessary for regulating platforms and about the role of multi-stakeholderism could play on those arrangements. Countries could have different approaches on how to govern and regulate digital platforms. Normally, several government agencies are tackling with sub-themes of platform regulation. In Brazil, for instance, we have ENPD, the data protection agency, dealing with data privacy and data protection, You have Senacom from Justice Department dealing with consumer rights. You have CADE, our antitrust agency dealing with competitive issues, etc. So you have, even in governments in several countries, in Brazil, for instance, that have distributed whole on the task of regulating the digital platforms. So to put in practice the one multi-stakeholder approach to platform governance, our other sector should interact with government, with the various parts of the government, in order to adjust and implement proper process to deal with this no trivial task that is to regulate digital platforms. Even through expectations over multi-stakeholderism in the global internet governance realm have been questioned in several policy arenas, in Brazil, multi-stakeholderism has played a fundamental role in strengthening civil society participation through the means of Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. CGIBR will play a relevant role in the local governance, internet governance model through multi-stakeholder participation, and it has given substantial contribution and active participation in political debates such as the construction of the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights, known as Marco Civil, and the Brazilian General Data Privacy Law, GDPR. Possible due to the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee reputation, multi-stakeholderism was frequently mentioned in the consultation that we carried this year as a value for platform regulation. In this sense, CGIBR, multi-stakeholder experiencing, even with the difficulties and possible improvements, can serve as an inspiration for institutional arrangements in platform regulations. Beyond that, national and regional approaches aiming to establish a sustainable platform regulation model should also consider the challenge to align them with ongoing international process, such as the UNESCO Guidelines for Regulated Digital Platforms and others task force. This workshop aims to delve into different digital platforms regulations, governance models, through the exchange of global south and developing economies practices, and discuss the role of state and non-state stakeholders vis-a-vis the value of internet governance multi-stakeholder model. I hope we will have a great conversation, and that each experience presented here might serve as inspiration and improvement for others. Well, now, I would like to pass the word to our fifth speaker, Ms. Marielza Oliveira from UNESCO. She's online. Please. Marielza, are you there?
Yes, I'm trying to unmute myself. Oh, hello everyone.
Hello.
No, thank you very much for inviting me to join this session. It's really interesting. But let me start by apologizing, because I'll have to leave before the end of it, because I have another commitment. I have to replace somebody who wasn't able to participate. So anyways, well, thank you very much again. And you had asked me about the issues of multi-stakeholderism and how, what's accomplishments are increasing over the last decade and how the model can adapt to the present, situations of the internet and so on. So let me just start by saying that multi-stakeholderism is kind of a governance approach that helps policymakers to harness the collective intelligence of communities, and a type of participatory democracy that emerged very much because of the increasing complexity of policymaking and the difficulties governance systems were facing in finding sustainable solutions to the various problems that they were facing. So multi-stakeholder engagement was and continues to be, in our view, the best way to build consensus around a shared set of goals and values while ensuring that the result is created by taking into account the needs and concerns of a broad range of actors, including government, private sector, and civil society, and even grassroots organizations like women's groups or youth organizations, technical community, and so on. And the most complex policymaking happens at the global level. Global multi-stakeholder approaches have emerged very much as a complement to multilateral cooperation, since it helps to fill some of the gaps in knowledge and legitimacy that are left when global decisions are taken by a single actor. And digital development is one of the most complex processes because it affects most economic, social, and environmental aspects of our life. And this is why the World Summit on the Information Society created the Internet Governance Forum, specifically as a multi-stakeholder process to co-develop the principles and norms that shape Internet evolution. And beyond the WISES, various organizations have endorsed the multi-stakeholder model, including UNESCO, of course, OECD, the Council of Europe, ITU, the G8, African Union, even the UN General Assembly. And at UNESCO, we advanced this multi-stakeholder concept by embedding it into UNESCO's Internet Universality Rome framework, which proposed 4 principles on how the Internet can support the construction of global knowledge societies. That the Internet should be human rights-based, open to all, accessible by all, and multi-stakeholder-led. And that has already been taken up by over 40 countries, this particular framework. But let me say that one would expect that adding greater expertise, more diversity into decision processes, and encouraging consensus building would always lead to better decisions. But that doesn't really happen always, because multi-stakeholder initiatives, they don't necessarily meet expectations every time. An effective multi-stakeholder approach needs to be inclusive, diverse, collaborative, legitimate, and that doesn't necessarily happen. For example, the parties involved may not have been legitimately chosen to represent all the interests around a given issue. The time and the resources needed for coordination may be just too much for the actual benefit. How asymmetries may exist that prevent the parties from contributing equally, or multi-stakeholder process is not really linked to a final decision-making process, so that there's no clarity what's going to happen once the multi-stakeholder group arrives at their consensus. And the Internet today is very different than when it was created, as it became more and more central to how societies and economies operate. Different stakeholders, they started kind of jostling for greater power over its governance. And in addition, the reality of multi-stakeholder participation is actually challenged by the nature of the Internet itself, including the issues of jurisdiction and enforcement, scale, and the pace at which the digital transformation is taking. So some stakeholders actually have become too dominant and powerful, particularly big tech platforms, and they have a moving fast ethos that doesn't really work with the pace of other actors. The relationship between multi-stakeholder and multilateral governance mechanisms, one at global level and the other at national or regional level, is not very clear yet. And the role of governments is actually challenged by the power of private sector, and they face difficulties in enforcing accountability when harms happen. And so we need to adapt the multi-stakeholder approach to today's Internet that really is a platform Internet. And for that, I think that there are some things that need to be done. First, the global community needs to really build greater awareness and buy-in on the benefits of multi-stakeholder approaches. It needs to clearly identify who should be around the table to meet the different Internet governance challenges, because they are not the same and you don't need everybody around every issue. Cybersecurity issues, for example, may be discussed by a particular group, while digital inclusion may be discussed by a different group, but always multi-stakeholder and representing different actors that have a stake on the issue. We need to reduce knowledge imbalances by raising capacities of government and civil society actors on frontier technologies. For example, we are training judicial actors on artificial intelligence, because we realize that many of them do not understand what the capabilities and the limitations of these technologies are, and have developed a competency framework for civil servants on AI and digital transformation exactly for that. It's hard for them to sit around the table and argue for certain types of approaches with private sector if they don't really understand, what these technologies are capable of. And the other thing is that we really need to identify relevant and legitimate stakeholders to represent each of the groups, and working methods that need to be more transparent and inclusive, with participants collaborating on equal footing. And that means better resourcing civil society, academia, etc., to participate. At the global level, for example, we see the difficulties that the IGF itself faces on resourcing. It entirely depends on donations, with a tiny little budget for the secretariat. Global governance on the internet, depending on that, is really insane. But and we also need to mostly, the big thing is that we need to clarify how multi-stakeholderism works with multilateralism, and then what their different roles and mutual accountabilities are. The IGF, for example, is evolving in that direction, has created a leadership panel to engage with the UN Secretary General so that you can build and create a bridge between those two processes. But we still need to account for the power imbalances that have arisen both within multilateral and multi-stakeholder processes, with the powerful internet platforms located in a handful of countries. And I'm very hopeful that the Global Digital Compact will offer us a chance to reboot the approach, and that the emerging global regulation of internet platforms, such as UNESCO's Internet for Trust guidelines, will contribute to this process. So thank you very much for the chance to participate.
Thank you, Mariosa, for your truths. Now I will invite Mr. Samuel Abraham to make his speech. He's from Meta. In fact, I would like very much to understand the India scenario on this issue of platform regulation. And please, Sunil, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that, and a special thanks to all my friends and colleagues at CGI.br. I'm very grateful that they have given me another opportunity to work with them. Also, it's indeed a privilege to be on the same panel as personal heroes such as Renata. So thank you again for that. I'm someone that has been involved in the IGF conversations since 2005. And when I came to Tunis for the second WSIS meeting, I was there as part of civil society, and I was trying to make a documentary film with BBC. At that point, I was also working for the International Open Source Network, and one of the people that I interviewed was Gilberto Gil, who was the Minister of Culture of Brazil at that point, on this question of open source. So very quickly, as Maria Elsa has mentioned, there are three clear layers to the regulatory ecosystem: classical regulation that emerges from the state, co-regulation, which is when self-regulation meets state regulation, and then pure self-regulation, which is called the pure multi-stakeholder model, which we see in organizations like the IETF and so on, especially the standards setting organizations. And all of these forms of regulation play a close role with each other. And I'm going to take the example of India to show how this is the case. In our existing IT law, the Information Technology Act, the the section for protecting sensitive personal data called 43A is a good example of reflexive regulation. If regulated entities do not comply with the state-mandated standard, ISO 27001, then they get the same immunity from liability if they're able to propose a self-regulatory standard and then comply to it. So that happened in 2008 with the amendment, and in 2012 or 11 with the rules. And then the government lost trust, I think, to some degree in self-regulation. And for quite a period since then, for almost 15 years, there wasn't very much new self-regulatory and co-regulatory proposals made. But clearly the Indian government has decided to try again. And when it came to regulating the gaming industry earlier this year and last year, they introduced the very same architecture where the regulated entities were meant to come together, form self-regulatory bodies, produce norms, then comply with those norms in order to be considered compliant with the law. So how does that old theme of free software and open standards and open data connect to all of this? Here is where I would like to take an example from my current employer. So after spending 25 years in civil society, I've spent the last 3 in the private sector with Meta. So how does that all connect to the work that I'm now doing at Meta? It's because Meta is not like all the other platforms, and I wouldn't want to paint all platforms with the very same brush. Meta has more than 1,200 open source projects. Just on AI, we have released 650 open source AI models and another 350 open data sets. So let's now look at a particular anxiety, and this is the anxiety around algorithmic bias. And let's take the case study of text-to-speech and speech-to-text technologies. Meta has a tool called Massively Multilingual Speech. It's an open source tool. And this tool can ID 4,000 languages and do speech-to-text and text-to-speech for 1,100 languages. So how can we be sure that this tool does not discriminate when it comes to gender, when it comes to age, when it comes to sexual orientation, or maybe disability? The way this has been done is Meta has also released an open data set called Casual Conversations, which contains 27,000 hours of people of different identities and with different traits speaking these languages, so that the open source software that has been released by Meta, Massively Multilingual Speech, can be benchmarked against the open data set. So what I'm trying to argue is that while there is indeed a requirement for states to legislate and to legislate after doing multi-stakeholder engagement and consultation, there is also this equally important role of bottoms-up knowledge building and norm setting. And ideally, good laws, especially laws in the global south, will have space for all of this. And that is the only way in which we can ensure that regulations remain future-proof and constantly and in a very agile fashion address the harms that are caused by emerging technologies. Once again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with all of you.
Thanks, Sunil. You have next Miriam Wimmer. She is director from Brazilian DPA. Miriam, you there?
I'm here, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good night, Miriam. As you are in Brazil
Good
right now,
night. It's very late here in Brazil. It's 11:30 p.m. But I'd like to say thank you very much for inviting me and for making it possible for me to participate online. I'm truly delighted to join this panel, and I'm really sorry not to be able to be with you in Kyoto. I hope you're having a great time, lots of fun and very productive discussions.
Thank you. Could you give us your inputs about digital platform regulation, interface with data privacy and protection? Would like very much to receive your feedback on how multi-stakeholderism should apply on this space. And of course, you're free to talk about all this as you want.
Okay, so thank you very much for the question, Henrique. And I'd like to begin by mentioning that I speak from the perspective of a government stakeholder. I'm currently one of the commissioners at the Brazilian National Data Protection Authority, and I've been following the debate on internet governance for quite some time now, and currently working with data protection. So there's a very interesting intersection when we discuss platform regulation. And I'd like to begin by highlighting that one of the most important challenges we face when discussing platform regulation is in fact defining the scope of regulation and consequently identifying the institutional actors, be they governmental or non-governmental, that should be put in charge of such regulation. And I think an important point to start off our discussion is to mention that platform regulation may in fact mean many different things, ranging from ex-ante regulation to promote competition in digital markets, to laws aimed at combating disinformation, to rules on labor relations through online platforms, many other things in between. And the term digital platform itself is also very broad, encompassing, just to give a few examples, marketplaces, platforms for renting rooms or calling cars, social media platforms. And of course, these different business models also have different characteristics and maybe raise different challenges in terms of protecting fundamental rights. Another point I think is quite relevant, mentioned by Sunil just now, is that the term regulation is in itself open to many different interpretations. So it includes not only state-centered regulation, which is perhaps the most traditional form of regulation, when you have a governmental agency that may apply administrative sanctions if a formal rule is not complied with, but also many other regulatory arrangements, which include co-regulation and self-regulatory mechanisms, as well as different levels of multi-stakeholder participation and supervision. And here, I think a point that I'd like to make is that Brazil has historically sustained that multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism are not in themselves antagonic. They're not mutually excluded necessarily. And in the same way, when we discuss regulation of digital platforms, it seems to me that it is possible to conceive models where you have traditional state regulation coexisting with co-regulation or self-regulation at certain levels. So I touch on these preliminary points to call attention to the fact that when we discuss platform regulation in general and the role of data protection authorities in particular, we are potentially discussing many different things, many different approaches, and many different institutional actors that may be involved with this discussion. And regarding data protection authorities in particular, it's important to note that all these different business models that relate to digital platforms are essentially based on the large-scale processing of data, including and especially personal data. And therefore, to some extent, data protection authorities are already naturally involved or attracted to this discussion. And here, I think it's valid also to mention that many traditional data protection principles, such as purpose limitation, transparency, data minimization, for instance, as well as several data protection rights, the traditional ARCO rights, access, rectification, cancellation, opposition, already touch upon many of the issues that are raising concerns when you discuss digital platforms nowadays. Also, the approach that many data protection laws bring in terms of the need to carry out risk assessments and have governance programs and transparency requirements already exist in many data protection laws, as is the case in Brazil, although not specifically geared towards digital platforms. So the feeling I had is that while many of our concerns are already somehow related to the field of data protection, of course, other concerns in other fields may be called to act. And in this sense, data protection legislation may not be in itself sufficient, and other existing regulators may come into play. And I think Marielza or Henrique mentioned antitrust, consumer protection, as well as several other formal governmental bodies. And in fact, there is also discussion of the need to or not to create new regulators. So the issue, I think, at the end of the day is that there is a huge challenge of coordination and cooperation between public bodies, and also the need to assess how multi-stakeholderism can build into this process in order to make it more transparent and more legitimate. Here in Brazil, specifically, this debate on platform regulation, I think, is currently very, very hot. It's very high in the public agenda. And I would argue that here in our country, it's been shaped by some factors that are quite specific to our own reality. So a first aspect is that we have a quite complex institutional setup. We are a continental country with over 5,500 municipalities. We have a federal government that is very large, very complex, many ministries, many different agencies, and complex and existing bodies with regulatory competencies that in some sense will touch upon the issue of digital platforms. And here in Brazil, the fact is that it's not easy to create new governmental bodies. Usually there are not enough financial resources, there are not enough human resources. And in fact, and this may be a common theme in the countries of the Global South, it's very difficult to prioritize these issues in countries where often very basic needs of the population are still not properly met. So it happens sometimes that new legislation comes up, but it appears often with insufficient enforcement mechanisms, creating a real challenge in terms of effectiveness. As an example, our Data Protection Authority, ANPD, was created in 2020, while the legislation was already in force for some months, and we had no staff members, no financial resources, and only very recently have we been able to take some important steps in terms of creating a more robust institutional structure. But a second aspect that I think is very particular to Brazil is that we have a very well-known and very consolidated model of multi-stakeholder internet governance based on the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CGI.br, who is in fact organizing this panel. And over the last decade, considering the experience we had with the CGI, with the Marco Civil da Internet, which is our civil rights-based framework for the internet, and also with the general data protection legislation, we have almost an implicit requirement that regulation aimed at the digital environment in Brazil should include a very high level of multi-stakeholder participation. This, I think, is very interesting. It's almost a common expectation that when we discuss regulating the digital environment, all stakeholders should somehow become involved in the discussion. I think it's a very interesting and very important aspect of our domestic setup here. And this has in fact been true not only for the process leading up to the approval of the Marco Civil, but also for the process that led to the approval of the general data protection legislation, where we had lots of public consultations, public hearings, and intense negotiations until the very last minute, until the legislation could finally be agreed upon and approved formally by National Congress. Another aspect is that because we have this, I think, this psychological framework where we think that multi-stakeholderism is in fact important when we discuss digital regulation, is that there is also an expectation that regulatory bodies that deal with digital issues should also have formal consultation mechanisms in place. So in the case of the DPA, for instance, we have a legal requirement to carry out regulatory impact assessments, but also public consultations, public hearings. And in fact, we have an advisory board, a consultative committee that is multi-stakeholder, that involves governmental members and different members of society, academia, private sector, and so on, who is responsible for supervising and issuing advice to our DPA in terms of what our priorities should be, what our national policies should look like. So this, I think, is an interesting example. And I feel that one of the lessons we could maybe learn from the Brazilian experience is that when discussing platform regulation, multi-stakeholder participation is practically a de facto requirement to ensure that the legislation, when approved, is considered legitimate, and also that it becomes, in fact, effective because of the consensus that is created around the terms that end up being approved. And in this sense, I think Maria Elsa spoke a lot about how the multi-stakeholder model has been evolving, and I fully agree. This is a concept that is still work in progress in many senses. But I do think that what we have learned from the multi-stakeholder governance model to the internet, which also involves understanding the roles and responsibilities of different actors, right? This is certainly a model that could be taken into consideration when discussing platform regulation in general, taking into account also the contribution that existing legislation and existing public organizations can give to facing the challenges that digital platforms raise in our society nowadays. So thank you very much, Enrique. I look forward to the second round.
Thank you, Miriam. So, Joan, thanks for staying with us today. Maybe you can talk about your research on digital platform, especially in India. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Joanne. I'm from the Center for Communication Governance. We're an academic center that's out of a national law university in New Delhi, India. Enrique was just referring to some of the recent platform regulation work that we're trying to do, given a lot of the work that's happening in India on platform regulation, where we're looking at seeing a new regulation that's going to look at platforms, but also emerging technologies, and some of the things that I wanted to focus also in light of the larger discussion here is the challenges that that India and some global South countries generally have when it comes to participating in regulation on platform governance. And a lot of these challenges stem from our challenges with just generally more global processes of coming together in forums and participating at those larger discussions. And I think that would hold true for a lot of other global majority countries as well. Some of these discussions we've been having over the course of the last couple of days, and one of the first things that comes to mind more naturally is the issue of resources in general. To be able to participate in any global discussion or even within our national discussions, the capacity is a huge factor, and I think that capacity, whether it's financially accessing, financially being able to access these conversations, or even just through personnel, there are a lot of challenges that do not allow a lot of voices from the global majority to be present. And then, of course, as a result, you have a lot of perspectives that are missing out in the conversation. And that's especially when we're thinking about the involvement of groups that either represent folks directly impacted from platform harms, or even, I would go, even people that are studying the impact of some of these harms. So definitely resources is a huge consideration. And even just in terms of personal capacity, I would think that when it comes to actually being in terms of meaningful participation at some of these conversations, at like the larger levels especially, there are limits to how much civil society can come in on to have to be representative, and even to engage in meaningful dialogue if you don't have a lot of the other stakeholders like the technical community, with the state representatives, and that kind of burden on civil society sometimes is really hard, especially if that's not collaborative. And just the point on collaboration is what I wanted to talk next. But just before we get to that, when we think about the representatives from state and from industry or technical communities being involved in participation, something that has come from our research, not related to platform regulation, but an indication of one of the same challenges is that in a project that we're working on with emerging technologies, specifically blockchain, we're trying to explore standards development in the blockchain ecosystem. And what has come out quite often in terms of some of these representatives from industry and even government representatives being able to participate at the various standards bodies, forums, is quite difficult for them to do given the financial constraints that it sort of places on them to be able to attend these discussions. So not only is it expensive, but it's also, it takes a lot of time, and you have to have that kind of personnel. But coming back to my point on collaboration, I think that something that in the Indian context is slowly developing, but still at, I would say, not a stage to be able to make that much of a difference, is that our civil society is slowly building up collaborations within. We have worked with each other over a very long period of time, but to be able to have that kind of collaboration that we've had in specific instances to be able to effectuate movement on regulation is somewhat slower, especially, I would say, and this is a challenge that can be there in some parts of the global south, but having that, that fragmentation can often make it difficult to be, to have support at general forums that we are having these discussions in. But in India, we've seen a couple of instances where this has worked really well. In when we had our data protection bill being contemplated, and it's been going on for years now. I think we just had the bill come into law, and some of the initial responses to the data protection bill had a lot of civil society gathering together to offer joint comments, to push the needle on conversations. Similarly, when we had issues with net neutrality in India, I think around 2014-15, there was huge collaboration within not only civil society but other stakeholder groups. We had the technical community also come together and collaborate to make that change in saying that we needed net neutrality that we needed net neutrality, and then the proposal at that point was not okay. But just that this, because our stakeholder system is still developing in how we collaborate with each other, we're still in the process of being multi-stakeholder within this context itself, and to bring that even into global forums is in the process of happening. And something from the way that we work at the organization is that and this is also true for other organizations in this space, is that we're trying to be more interdisciplinary, have that multi-stakeholder approach to the way that we even have conversations at a national level, trying to get in, being from a space that's largely academic and legal oriented, to ensure that you have social scientists, you have the technologists in the room when you're trying to think about how policy making should happen. Just having those voices, I would say, is something that is slowly, there's a conscious effort towards it. I think that another linked challenge has been that when it comes to decision making within the Indian context, there are different approaches to stakeholder participation in policy making. For example, when I was talking about net neutrality in India, that was something that we saw proposals in a different manner, it come out in a different manner. For example, our Telecom Regulation Authority offers the point of participation before an entire bill has sort of come into the public forum. So you have the opportunity to comment on a proposal, you have the opportunity to participate in how the idea is being developed. And there's also a different approach that sometimes happens where with, say, our Data Protection Act that came out, and possibly with the new Digital India Act, is that your point of participation starts at a draft bill, and so the involvement that you have at those beginning stages as stakeholders is somewhat limited, and so that also plays a role in how much you can have that level of stakeholder participation. And just one last thing before I close is that I think that, and this once again holds true, I think for most contexts in the global majority, is that when you're thinking about participation in terms of having all of your stakeholders together, it makes a huge difference if the kind of dynamics that are involved, if it's asymmetric, if it's between civil society and the state, or the state and platforms, the way that it plays out in each jurisdiction has a huge bearing on how you have that kind of participation in your own context, and having to tailor your approach depending on what works best for your context is extremely important. And I think that's one of the things we can take away even when we're thinking about multi-stakeholder participation at the global, in global processes and discussions, is that ensuring that diversity and representation is not just, it's not dominated by certain groups. You have actual representation that is properly diverse. To ensure that those kind of asymmetries, those kind of power dynamics no longer are present, and I think that it takes conscious effort to try and create those mechanisms that allow for this. But yes, I wanted to end on the point on power dynamics, because I think that is something that we can take and learn from our own context, even when we approach more global forums and how the Global South participates at some of these global forums. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Unfortunately, Ms. Khadija is not online. Maybe she has a problem. So our next speaker will be Renata Ávila. She's CEO from Open Knowledge Foundation. Please, Renata, give your opinions and comments on those issues that we are talking here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope that you can hear me well. It is such an honor to be invited to this panel. CGI is an organization that I admire, and I consider it a home away from home. It is a place where you feel and you sense what can be a democratic governance of the internet. And now that Brazil is back, as we say outside, we can say it from the outside in a more easy way. Now that Brazil is back in the multilateral and multilateral arena, I'm coming here with a great hope of what we can achieve with this interaction multilateral with the multi-stakeholder model that Brazil has developed in the processes that Brazil is going to lead in the very near future, including G20. I will tell you a little bit more about those dreams in a minute. But what I want to talk when talking about multi-stakeholder governance is I want to talk from the perspective of the place I come from. I want to talk from the perspective of countries with a huge democratic deficit, with brutal inequalities within society, and with a very, very, very weak government hit by austerity measures constantly. And in such context, just to give you an example, we in Guatemala do not even have a privacy and data protection law. It's 2023, and we don't even have that law. In such context, something that becomes very, very, very important in this multi-stakeholder model is for companies to understand the relevance of not taking advantage of taking advantage of democratic deficits, of lack of legislation, just to go forum shopping and doing whatever they want in some jurisdictions, while upholding the very high rights standards, just because the legislation, for example, in the European Union is more sophisticated than the legislation in Guatemala. Something that often is observed from the outside, is observed from civil society in countries like mine, is that precisely that makes people using a platform in a different jurisdiction feel very mistreated and somehow abandoned by a company that applies double standards, higher protection to some users than to others, and higher mechanisms of more efficient mechanisms just because the legislation in some countries forces companies to do so. And that I want to highlight it because we have suffered in very complex settings, such as elections in the region, when we see, for example, dedicated offices for the big countries that represent an interesting share of the market for some electoral processes, and a fluid cooperation and dialogue between civil society and the companies. And in other countries, some companies will have like a closed doors meeting with powerful, not necessarily, the most ethical actors, and civil society will have a door slammed in the face and will try to find someone who might know someone inside of the company and try to go through back channels to make the company aware of a very serious problem. We also have a problem when the government is not the most ethical government in the world. And there's enough suspicions from the outside that the government is colluding with certain companies to either get away with labor violations, or even more concerning, with deals, internal deals to favor the position of the government and enforce it without an adequate law framework. I want to also highlight here the importance when you have a weak government that doesn't have a dedicated office or a mechanism for facilitating this multi-stakeholder engagement. Often what it happens is it goes to the organism in charge is often the Ministry of Communications. It's often I don't know, it's the automatic default that it goes to the Ministry of Communications. And it usually, while it might look to the outside that through a multi-stakeholder process is taking place, what it happens is a lot of participation washing. Nice couple of tables, what you invite someone from industry, someone like a Noah's Ark approach. 2 from here, 2 from there, 2 from there. And a couple of pictures are taken, and then a decision that is affecting a lot of communities not present at the table is taken without notice. Often missing from the table, missing even from the government side, is the office of the Human Rights Organism, the National Human Rights Office. The Ombudsman is not present. The health authorities are not present. Nobody representing the interest of children is present. Nobody representing the interest of indigenous peoples is present. In the case of my country, for example, is very relevant. The problem when there's not an adequate multi-stakeholder model is that this leads to a completely unbalanced, while looking from the outside as participation, what it is often the validation of the most powerful actor at the table point of view. I want to refer very quickly to specific things that different actors in such context could take to achieve better multi-stakeholder governance. In the case of companies, when you are dealing with a small country, having explicit contact points is incredibly useful. as a shortcut of establishing communication between different actors. Personally, I have had to do it with 3 countries, finding even the contact person when the company doesn't have an office in the country, even in moments of emergency when there's death threats or there's like very serious situation going on, is impossible. So having a specific point of contact in a place that's accessible to all actors is extremely important. The second is do not do the double standard thing. I know that that's very challenging because I know that the companies have one objective, that is profit, and that's it. And sometimes it's easier not to comply with the highest standard of regulation, but for users, it means a lot. And the other thing is try to adopt this approach that you will have to adopt now with the DSA in Europe, or have policies, procedures, measures, and tools available for people to understand how you are operating your companies. We understand that many of the trade laws protect companies and enable them to be as opaque as possible. But in this context, if you have a commitment to multi-stakeholderism, you have to be more proactively transparent. And that leads me to academia. You have to open your doors to academics as well, to understand really what is going on inside. Access to that data and openness to understand what is going on will provide us with enough information to come at the table and have meaningful participation rather than just performative participation and a nice picture at the end. For governments, I think that the interagency approach is urgent. It can no longer belong, like to just one unit. It can no longer be an issue of the Ministry of Telecommunications, of a technical office somewhere dealing with science and technology. It has to be, it's an issue that now is central to public law and to the most, at the highest level of the institutions that make a government operative. For civil society, I think that looking inside, it is also necessary not only have the internet experts at the table, again, being intergenerational, being intercultural, and being aware of the tremendously complex rural-urban divide. And of course, the gender divides is necessary, and having an internal process within civil society to reach broader consensus is also very, 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 very important. And not to replicate societal exclusions. And then we need to understand that there's another process that we have seen as a reaction in many countries of the lack of multi-stakeholder approaches that are like really meaningful. And that is, we have seen more, like not only nationally, but transnationally, the organization of users from different sectors around a platform, protesting against the platform. We have seen it with Make Amazon Pay, for example. That's a very interesting example on when you have a deficit in the governance and participation of people, people will organize and protest against what they see unjust. That said, for countries that are doing it well, the only thing that I can hope is that the model is shared broadly with other countries that need a similar approach, and having a model, a multi-stakeholder participation, a general frame will be extremely useful for countries, for example, in Latin America and in Africa to replicate. And having a South-South cooperation will become key to be stronger, not only as isolated countries, but as regions, to have a better leverage with the legislation that we want and the frames that we want from the companies, but also to increase cooperation and collaboration across academia and across civil society that is meaningful. Yeah, that's it. I would say like the most important part of what I said is being aware of that not everything is the EU and not everything is a country as sophisticated as Brazil or India. Let's look outside and see how we can help.
Thank you, Renata. So we have time for the debate here. If you have questions here at the audience, please go to the mic. And we also have a couple questions online. I believe you first respond to our speakers a question that comes online, and after please go to the mic and make your considerations also in questions. Julian, do you have something from online?
Thank you, Henrique. We have received 2 questions. I may read them through here. First question is, platform regulation may present a broad regulatory agenda. How to cope with the transversality of the phenomenon of platformization in developing national regulation for digital platform. Second question is, considering the challenges of digital platform regulation governance, what are the pros and cons of a centralized model with more state protagonism and a polycentric model with a more balanced protagonism between state and civil society?
So all the speakers are free to respond at one of those questions. One of you could exercise on that, please.
I could perhaps offer some initial comments, Henrique. So I think both questions are really interesting, and they discuss the question of the institutional setup to deal with a phenomenon that is very cross-cutting, very transversal, and reflects, in fact, I think in a broader sense, the idea of platformization of everything, government platformization, private business models platformization. And I think both questions are very relevant because they touch upon the idea that multiple regulators may, at some point in time, be called to act when dealing with digital platforms. And as I mentioned earlier, I think the huge challenge we have is firstly making sure that these different pieces of legislation fit well together in a jigsaw puzzle that creates a coherent picture. And I think this is a challenge not only for the Global South, but also for Europe, for instance, who is discussing DSA, DMA, AI Act, GDPR, and the pieces seem to not be yet quite fully interoperable. And the second issue then is how to make sure that in the day-to-day enforcement of legislation, the different regulators are actually speaking to each other and making sure that their approaches are coherent and they are acting under a systematic understanding of the whole legislation applying to the digital scenario, which is huge and cross-cutting, as mentioned. I think the second question raises also an interesting point when it compares centralized models versus polycentric models involving state and civil society. I would argue that the models, a centralized model for platform regulation does not really seem feasible, simply because platforms raise so many questions in so many different fields, such as labor relations, misinformation, human rights protection, competition aspects. So it does seem to me that it doesn't really make sense to discuss a centralized regulator for the entire digital ecosystem. So we would necessarily be discussing the need for multi-agency cooperation in government, which is the point I think Renata made in her speech previously. And my feeling is that in the same way that we can discuss the compatibility between multi-stakeholder and multilateral approaches, we can also discuss models and frameworks that involve both traditional governmental regulation, but also associated with multi-stakeholder participation. And I think there are many different models we could debate. I think there is a model in place in Brazil, which could certainly be perfected, which involves agencies with advisory boards, with mandatory participation procedures. And here again, I would like to echo what Renata said. We cannot simply have this, just for show. We need meaningful participation. This is in fact a challenge. But I would say that a polycentric model involving different state organizations, but also civil society, seems to me to be more appropriate, considering the complexity of the digital environment and the many different aspects that we are aiming to regulate when we discuss platform regulation.
Thank you. Sunil raised his hand, and also Renata. Please, Sunil, make your comments.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also wanted to connect what both these questions are interrogating with the point that Joanne made earlier. And like to recall the case study of the conflict between 5G and 5GI, indigenous standard proposed by both academics and also Indian government entities. As Joanne argued, the lack of structured resources in order to ensure that there is regular participation at fora such as 3GPP resulted in the Indian proposal that covered rural connectivity and remote connectivity, low mobility, large cell. That proposal was not part of the main 5G standard. And then the Indian community decided to fork the standard and have an alternative indigenous standard that would have come with big consequences, especially losing out on the network effects of hardware manufacturing. But fortunately, that story ended well. And the 5G committee accepted the LMLC extension to the standard. The second thing I'd like to say is when I hear questions as you have read out, I'm always tempted to answer both and. It is almost that we always need everything that is being proposed. And I'll use two examples. Let's look at open standards such as WCAG for disability. Ideally, a mature standard like that should be mandated by the state. That is the way we will protect the rights of the disabled. But another inchoate space, as I had just covered in my first intervention, fairness benchmarks for AI models. That is somewhere where multiple benchmarks are evolving. And perhaps we don't want a mandate at this point because there are some companies pursuing an open model, other companies pursuing a proprietary model. We need fairness benchmarks that work for everybody. And therefore, a mandate at this stage is premature, and therefore the polycentric vision of governance is much more appropriate. I'll end my comments there.
Yeah, and I wanted to also respond to the second question. And I also agree with the Sunil that is both and. And what my and is civil society needs access to the problematization and need mechanisms to trigger the multi-stakeholder mechanism. It is usually top down and does not bottom up. And that's a problem, you know, like it is only when we need to launch campaigns and we need like, to make a lot of noise from the side of civil society to finally trigger the mechanism often or wait for the next meeting or so on. And I think that if civil society is enabled to design the process, if some room is given for civil society to design and trigger this process to be activated when discussing a problem, or discussing something urgent, discussing something relevant, the multi-stakeholder will be, this polycentric approach will be like more agile, but also the centralized approach will be more agile. Again, you know, like I remember the robust case of Marco Civil and then the Net Mundial process that took place in Brazil. And how I remember that I was dividing my day between two spaces. It was the Net Mundial, the Arena Net Mundial, when youth was participating, when that, like, it was actually something. Arena Net Mundial was a process that was bottom up. It was a process that, okay, if all the countries are like gathering dirt and there's a lot of noise, very technical, let's create a space for expression with our own rules showing instead of just telling people how we are making the internet work. And it was quite wonderful to have this coexistence of more creative and open spaces showing how the technology is lived by different parts of the society, and not only the like the invitation only meeting with just one spot for one member of the society. So access to problematization, access to the design of the process, and a possibility to activate the processes when needed.
Thank you, Renata. We have a question from the audience. Camila?
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Camila Leite. I'm from the Brazilian Institute of Consumers Defense, IDEC, and we're talking lots about how the challenges are transversal to lots of issues and how it's important to cooperate. You were talking about cooperation in terms of different stakeholders, so multi-sectorialism between authorities, between different laws, and also between different countries. But beyond of this important role of cooperation, we also have some challenges related to cooperation. Like, I'm very supportive of that, but we have to face these challenges. And I know that we have lots of challenges when we're talking about dynamic markets, when we're talking about new regulations. But for example, in terms of cooperation between authorities, we can take longer to answer. We might have a decision that might be a soft law than a hard law when needed. And it might be necessary, but it might postpone some important actions. And the regulation might solve that, but the time can be longer. And also between countries, we have these global issues, but sometimes we have different answers in different countries, which might be also a response to the national and to the regional context. But we are talking about global problems, we are talking about national context. So how can we harmonize that? I know that we don't have a silver bullet to all of that, but how can we face these challenges related to cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Camila. Someone from the speakers could respond or comment.
I don't really feel entitled to respond, but I can certainly comment. And I think Camila has a very important point when she states the practical difficulties of cooperation. And I speak in the position of a civil servant who has been working in government for 17 years now almost. And in fact, the truth is that cooperation does not arise spontaneously because people wish to cooperate. It has to be crafted into legislation. There have to be procedures for cooperation to take place. And even when this exists, it's not always easy. It's usually hill up. As a regulator, I say we take twice as much time when we have to convince other governmental agencies to reach consensus in a certain position. So it's not easy, but it is necessary, I think. And I think it's a bit the same position we have with regard to multi-stakeholderism and public participation. It takes time. It gives lots of work for regulators to analyze contributions in a substantive manner, not only for show. It makes procedures take longer than they would if we decided in a top-down manner, but it is important to make the end result more legitimate and more effective in my point of view. So I don't really have the answer for that, Camila. I think you have an important point, but I don't see any way around cooperation.
Renata?
Yeah, very quickly, that sometimes, like civil society can be like the secret weapon for that cooperation to happen well. It happened with a case on WhatsApp, actually, when WhatsApp wanted a couple of years ago to change their policies and, to get lots of people in the Global South to simply accept and update on terms and conditions. It was amazing cooperation among the antitrust and consumer protection authorities behind, it was not very public, but it was happening. And civil society facilitated exchange of practices and exchange of cases that a couple of cases were launched in the EU and in Turkey. And then these authorities shared how the reasoning behind a case of antitrust case in this change of conditions because of dominant position and so on. It was quite amazing to see when we connect, like civil society was like the facilitator for the connection of authorities of consumer protection and antitrust, and the magic happened because, you know, like they could talk to their peers on a specific case. And that's also a very important aspect of multi-stakeholder cooperation. Not all the stakeholders need to be invited at the table at the same time all the times. It can happen, collaboration can happen between actors, not necessarily always involving the same actors in the government and always involving the private sector. Sometimes we need our time and our space to share without some of the actors, and it enables good things to happen.
Thank you, Renata. I have a question I will address to Samuel Abraham as a person from Meta. As soon as we have those new regulations on platform on Europe, how you think, or how you happen with the Meta platforms global? Because somehow when we implement some features on the system to comply with European regulation, maybe it will be worthwhile that those features should be applied to other geographies. So can you respond about how you think it will happen after the approval in Europe of DSA and the MA? Please, Abraham, if you can answer.
Thank you so much for that question. So I can shed a little light on how the regulation readiness teams within Meta operate. What basically happens is there are policy teams and legal teams that keep track of a variety of enacted law and also proposed law across many jurisdictions. And when the engineers are analyzing this corpus of laws and obligations, both current and future, their compliance engineering approach is to build for artifacts that can be deployed in multiple jurisdictions. So you're absolutely right that if a particular user right is enabled, for example, in the GDPR, then that user right is also rolled out in other jurisdictions where that legal obligation may not exist at all. But there are also instances where the legal obligations are conflicting. So, for example, there are legal obligations in the Indian context that conflict with legal obligations from other jurisdictions. And then the task before the engineers is to build compliance to both obligations. And in those cases, it is not always possible to roll out something that is specifically there in Europe across the world. I'll go back to the point Renato made about having an explicit contact point. This is something that is quite mature within the context of European regulations. In Indian law, especially the IT law, there is a requirement to have 3 people employed by the global corporation and stationed in the India office. And these 3 people have to be available both to users, at least one of them has to be, and then the others have to be available to government stakeholders. And this is something, as Renato pointed out, is a obligation that is user empowering. That is definitely the case. But unfortunately, the obligation also comes with personal criminal liability. And the additional complexity in the Indian law makes it much harder for us to automatically sort of homogenize our compliance approach. And therefore, compliance in one jurisdiction often will look different from compliance in another jurisdiction.
Thank you. So we are short in time, so I will ask for our speakers from his final remarks, starting with Maria Elsa. Maria Elsa, please. Maria Elsa is left.
They had to leave already.
Yes, of course. So Joan, if you can start making your final comments.
Thank you. I think that we've covered a lot of different things, a lot of different topics within how we should approach platform regulation in the South, in global majority. It's our approaches, of course, have to be extremely tailored to our specific context. And the questions that we had just now, like the speakers have said, there aren't any clear answers. But I would just say that I think that as we're currently trying to understand how to regulate for our own context and to see what those nuances are that need to reflect, even in global conversations, I think that it will definitely give us a better sense of what we should expect and what we should rally for when we're thinking about platform regulation and general governance in larger conversations. Thank you.
Okay, next Miriam, 1 minute for your final comments because we're short of time. Thank you.
I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to take part in this debate. It was really illuminating. I really enjoyed the comments and I look forward to other opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sanil, please, your final comments.
Yeah, again, a very quick intervention to say that I agreed with another point that Renata made on transparency being the best antidote for a variety of concerns. And I'd like to point to upgrades to our election ads, to our ads library, which I think is important for civil society and academics to hold us to account. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata?
And last words, South-South cooperation. We have a big imbalance of power here and imperfect multi-stakeholder models in many, many countries. So let's share the good multi-stakeholder practices regarding platforms, and let's learn from each other and connect not only across different multi-stakeholder bodies in different countries, but as communities of people studying the platforms, of people holding the platforms accountable. And let's share the good results, but also let's share when we are not successful, the results that led, like when there's democratic deficit and a problem is caused locally. We need to document this well, so it's not repeated elsewhere. And so the big platforms that are like serving many users in many countries can correct promptly with the pressure of more than one jurisdiction.
Thank you, Renata. So, thank you for everybody that participated in this fruitful debate. I hope that the debate you continue inside IGF and in other areas, and I'm willing to say that the CGIBR is working very hard on that issue. I mean, in Brazil, with our consultation and next recommendations, and I will keep it informed about the results of our consultation in Brazil. Thank you very much. So we'll close the session. Thank you. Uma pessoa só, né? Deve esperar.
sua câmera. Banheira quente para relaxar. Eu sou brasileiro. Só tô antissocial nos últimos 3 meses. Eu tive que falar com gente. Falar com gente brasileira, na verdade.
Wait. Yeah. Okay, no remix anymore. Ah, I think no. Okay, so how do I? Okay, so I'll try. Can you give me co-host then, so I can share the screen here? Okay. Okay, just 1 second, please. I'm just working on this. Well, so maybe we can start, and then when it's time to show the video, we at least do the first remarks. Let's see. Okay, can we maybe now try to just check the sharing of the screen? Okay. Okay. Hello. Again. Well, guys. Yeah. Okay, I'll get out of Zoom then. Okay, I think now we can start. Sorry for the inconvenience of, yeah, I mean, the issues that we had with the sound here. So, but thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure to present this panel with such great speakers. We're going to talk here about the challenges of data governance that we have. The title is In a Multilateral World, and our focus will be mostly on the discussions that are happening both on the G7 and on the G20 in this regard. And I think that especially considering that the Brazilian government is preparing itself for the G20, to host the G20 in the next year, I think it is a great opportunity for us to discuss these digital topics, how whether data governance is a priority for the next discussions, or if we have other issues that are more on the priority of what's going on. So I think it will be a really fruitful, very fruitful debate, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. And of course, I would really appreciate if you guys brought questions so that we can have the most interesting discussion possible. So this is a panel that my name is José Renato. I'm from the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet, LAPIM, a think tank based in Brasília, the capital of Brazil. And I work on issues related to digital policy, so AI governance, data governance, and platform regulation as well. And I am also a member of the Federal Administration's Central Committee of Data Governance. And this panel was made in partnership with our great friends from the Brazilian National Data Protection Authority. And I speak mostly in the person of also Thiago Moraes, who worked really hard to make this panel happen. And it's unfortunate that we don't have him and his colleagues here to stay with us in person. But I would like just to present a video of a dear colleague and a leader in the debates regarding data protection, data governance as a whole, Director Miriam Wimmer, who is a director of the ANPD, the National Data Protection Authority. And then we're going to discuss how will be the format of this panel, how it will work, and also present our extremely talented speakers. So let's see if it will work now. Can we have the sound, please? Just one more second now. Well, okay. While we fix this issue again, I'm gonna start talking a little bit about the idea of this panel. Well, as I mentioned, the idea is that we discuss how data governance is being dealt with in these two fora, G7 and G20, understand how each of them impacts the other, and understand what are the challenges that we have to propose this agenda on a more international level, considering how important is the flow, the protection, and the governance as a whole of data, not just personal but also non-personal, to advance policies in our countries. So we are going to have a first round of presentations. It will be 3 minutes each. I'll have, unfortunately, to be quite strict to the time because we have already such a delay. And then afterwards, we're going to open to questions. So please pay attention to what the people here are saying so that you bring the best considerations that you can have. So on my left side, we have Mr. Yoshi Ida, a director at the Ministry of, sorry, I don't have my computer, Ministry of Information and Communication. Internal Affairs and Communication. Thank you very much, Mr. Ida. By his side, we have Alexandre Costa Barbosa. He is a representative of the movement of homeless workers in Brazil. On my right side, we have Mr. Luciano Mazza. He is a director at the Ministry of International Affairs in Brazil, of Foreign Affairs in Brazil, Itamaraty. And we also have online with us Gaurav Sharma, who is an AI expert at the GIZ, the German Cooperation Agency based in India. And we also have Veronica Arroyo, a researcher at the Citizen Lab, currently based in Canada, but she's a Peruvian, so another representative from Latin America. And okay, let's try again. And so let's have Miriam Wimmer with us. Hopefully it will work out. Oh, unfortunately not. Okay, so let's move on with our panel. I'm sure Miriam not only will understand, but we will try again afterwards, and then we pretend that it wasn't in the beginning. So, yes, we're gonna start now the discussion, also because he's representing our host country here at the IGF, Mr. Ida, who has been very active in the discussions on data governance within both fora that we're gonna discuss here, both the G7 and the G20. And Mr. Ida, maybe for us to start the conversation, I would like to hear from you what have been the main objectives and principles that the G7 and the G20, from the perspective of the Japanese government, have worked on data governance issues. So if you could talk a little bit about this theme and how do you see that the agendas of both fora complement and also differentiate from each other, it would be amazing to hear from you on this topic, please.
Okay, thank you very much for introduction, and thank you very much for invitation. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yoichi Ida, as introduced, and I'm working at this moment Assistant Vice Minister at the Ministry, covering multilateral policy fora in digital field. And as moderator pointed out, we have been trying to be very active, in particular in the fora such as G7 and G20, to promote the inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach in internet governance. But when we talk about internet governance, we have many different items to cover, and also very wide ranging perspectives from different communities. So when we took the previous G7 presidency in the year 2016, we particularly focused on the topic on free flow of information across borders, which we believed as one of the most important elements in promoting internet governance. And also we proposed to start international discussion on AI governance in the year of 2016, and both of the agenda items was succeeded in G7 framework and also some in G20 framework. And we continuously discussed the free flow of information across borders with G7 colleagues. And in the year of 2019, we proposed the concept of data free flow with trust when we took the G20 presidency. At that moment, we also focused on the discussion on AI governance, and both agenda items we used the terminology human centricity instead of democracy, because we have many wider range of partners in the framework of G20. When we discuss those issues in G7, we always focus on the common shared value based on democratic principles, but when we discuss with colleagues with the G20 partners, we use terminology of human centricity. Anyway, we believe data flow and AI are most important element in promoting open and free internet-based society and economy. And we also pick up internet governance as a whole as one of the most important agenda item when we took the G7 presidency this year. So in the whole agenda items in digital and tech ministers' discussion, we covered data-free flow with trust to promote the data flow across borders as free as possible, but of course at the same time we enhance trust among stakeholders, and we discussed how we could do that. In particular, how we could promote data flow with personal data across borders while protecting privacy and human rights. And when we discussed AI principles, we discussed how to promote interoperability between different frameworks. This applies to the data flow discussion too. We always recognize the different countries, different jurisdictions have different frameworks and different approaches to data governance or AI governance in their domestic jurisdiction, because we of course recognize, different countries have different backgrounds and different historical or social or economic conditions. So we recognize we have to have different approaches, but those approaches should be as interoperable and coherent as possible, and that would facilitate the better flow of data across borders and better deployment and use of AI technology between countries. And we also picked up internet governance policy as a whole, and countries discussed how we could promote multi-stakeholder dialogue in order to promote open and free and unfragmented global internet. And that is why we jointly hosted a session on internet governance on the very first day of this IGF. And the whole series of sessions at this IGF discuss how to promote internet governance based on multi-stakeholder approach, which we put highest importance as government of Japan. And we are very happy to see all of you are gathering together and discussing this very important topic all together. So thank you very much. This is just my introduction, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Said. And it's very interesting because you brought the issue not only of the centrality of data, the centrality of the flow of data between borders, but also it's the relationship of this with emerging technologies and AI, etc. But the specific point on multi-stakeholderism is one thing that we're going to work a lot in this panel, discussing also the role of civil society in these discussions. But before that, I would like to hear now Gaurav Sharma. He's going to talk a little bit about the main challenges that we have in the coordination between these two groups, and also how does he see the difference between the agendas of countries from the Global South and the Global North in this regard. So, Gaurav, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jose. Thank you for the opportunity. So I would put my remarks in my personal capacity and not from the German Development Corporation, but I work with the German Development Corporation on AI, and in this sense, we are also in an open sourcing environment of creation of data sets, and we are also trying to leverage supporting the data ecosystem in general. So my comments from Indian perspective, and then leading into the highlighting the G20 aspects of how things are. I would just suggest that India has embraced technology and digitization, and this has been an economic driver for India to improve lives of the citizens. However, the country, as it continues to grow and with sort of involvement of digitization, digital payments, India being the heartland of DPI's digital public infrastructure now, it is also ensuring that its digital strategies and data governance are inclusive, are transparent, secure, and conducive to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And in this sense, I think the recently sort of passed bill or act, the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill, has highlighted certain components, but it also highlights certain issues of how Indian government mindset is also looking at other aspects of data. So I'll just highlight like 2 or 3 points. One of them is processing of digital personal data within India based on online or offline, is of cognizance, and such processing outside of India and services which also affects Indian citizens will be taken with a lawful purpose. Consent has also taken, sort of for lawful purposes of an individual, but it might be not required based on certain grounds of national security. So, I mean, that also leads into data collection, processing, and detention on exclusionary basis on certain sectors. Data fiduciaries and all good. So I just wanted to highlight that this data protection bill has sort of championed what next 1 year will actually showcase how both public and private sectors will look at this components of data governance in general. What I'm coming down to now is basically the aspects of data governance when it is looked at from a emerging tech perspective. Uh, Basically, if you look at data governance, it is developing agreements on filtering and curation of practices, and basically connecting sources, toolers, and multiple entities involved in data. What has been highlighted is that there is a need for governance as such, which focuses on data stakeholders, interacting norms, values, etc., but also on governance structures that is operates over data sets. I mean, provides data efforts on data sourcings, on how data is accumulated, categorized, organized, and most importantly on data documentation. And I think these frameworks are designed to enable values. And this will actually, from my perspective, lead into interoperability or trans data transfers. And these discussions are still being categorized in terms of how this will happen across borders because of the sense of data subjects, the sense of data creators, the sense of data set distributors, and of course the sense of the dataset users and also all citizens. So I think I would rest my initial comments that the G20's agenda item in approach of collaborative governance is great, but it does require some initial hand holding with terms of how norms get designed and how operationalization of these definitions in different legal contexts based on national sovereignty are allowed for the development of both locally relevant supporting tools or to formalize relations between actors in different parts of the world. So I'll rest my case as that, but there is a definite need for the global south, more greater participation, but also collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. Found interesting that you brought the issues related to sovereignty as like when we discuss, especially in the global south, like how to some degree dependency on infrastructures and on and how our data is processed by agents in other territories. I mean, how this issue plays within our region. So now jumping to Alexandre Costa Barbosa. I think that now we could start talking a little bit more of like how social movements can benefit from this agenda, how they relate to this agenda, and also maybe how participation from the civil society can be enhanced. I think that we listen, especially Mr. Ida, talking a lot about multi-stakeholderism, but do we have an effective participation? How is your take on that?
Thank you very much, José. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting us, dear Vice Minister and colleagues. I'd like to address some really quick issues, and I think it's really important, not only in terms of participation and representation and legitimacy of multi-stakeholderism, but actually, and the Vice Minister probably may be asking herself why there's even a homeless workers movement and why a homeless workers movement is working with technology. So I invite all of you, if you want to know a bit more about that, our work will be showcasing in the front session at 3 p.m. But my take, it's mainly, I think Guraj mentioned clearly about the labor behind data production. I think should be really taken into account. I don't know if most of you have heard about the micro workers, which are the ones who are basically labeling, cleaning data that are being used in those data sets, in those data codes and so on. I think it's really important to be taken into account, even just having discussions. The Oxford Internet Institute, for instance, just launched a policy brief last week, and they are really making clear how this discussion has been missing. Also, we need a really special attention on the cloud economy as well, because there's something that we cannot do as a social movement, right? Since most of the data traffic goes through this so-called gatekeepers. And I'd like to take the opportunity as well to raise the importance of think of the data governance in the last mile, right? So multilateral organizations really should think of this multi-level approach. Really have to be based on concrete experiences, like how data governance is really influenced the last mile, right? And that's why we created ourselves a data governance section within the technology sector. And we have among our principles, basically, the use, access, and generation of data for the common good, ensuring privacy and prioritizing cooperative data governance models. So it's maybe something, lesson that can be learned from both directions, right? And just to conclude, I think what we should do is exactly this, like bridging digital rights organizations with traditional social movements and being on the ground, like even in G20 negotiations in Brazil, we'll be there definitely claiming for our rights. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ale. And the issue, I think that when we talk about also emerging, we've talked a lot about data, not only the free flow of data, as I mentioned earlier, but also on data for training AI systems, for working on them, and how it is unavoidable, indispensable, and necessary that we talk about the laborers who are doing the back work of all of this. So, and to some degree, I think that now how we include the issue of how we include workers, how we include issues related to the exercise of human rights among these different groups, I think is a thing that relate a lot to what even Mr. Ida mentioned about the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think that maybe Veronica Arroyo could talk a little bit about these issues. We have been discussing a lot here in the IGF on the environmental impacts of digital technologies, but also we've talked about, once again, labor, on how different populations are experience the data economy in very different manners. So, yeah, Veronica, if you could please jump in.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the question, for the opportunity here, for the invitation, and hello to everyone wherever you are at this point. Like when we talk about like data governance, one of the things that I think immediately is that it really depends where you are at. So I think already we've been hearing right now that there are differences among the different jurisdictions that we have. Some of them will have a very strong enforcement mechanisms for specific issues such as data privacy, for instance, but in some other cases will be more flexible, right? And that happens because I think that there are that design on the data governance and how a country addresses this depends heavily on the policies, on the priorities that this country has. And in other words, that those priorities drives are the ones that decides which regulation or which rule is stronger or weaker or it's completely absent. And when we talk about those SDGs, I would like to think more how those SDGs, as we know, can drive that design of global or data governance tools. Because at the end of the day, those SDGs are a purpose that a bunch of countries and representatives have agreed on. And they are also common language. That means that it's easier when you have those commonalities that we already heard a few minutes ago. It's easier to develop further. And those SDGs can be at the core of any policy, of any development, because at the end, the data governance tool, the regulation that we are fighting for or writing, are just tools on how to manage all that information ecosystem that we have in a country. So that's the part where I see SDGs becoming the central issue. And for instance, as you mentioned just seconds ago, the climate action goals, one of the 17 goals of the SDGs. So for instance, taking that, if that's the priority right now, if we agree, the 7 countries at the G7 or the 20 on the other meeting, agree that that's something that we want to foster, that we want to care. So then you internally, in your own framework, you see where do I need to make the tweaks, which regulation needs to be updated, how we can make this conversation between my data governance inside my country with another data governance design. So that helps to then at the end of the day, have and meet those goals that we already set at that point. And focusing on the commonalities is one of the messages that I have here, because I've already tried to kind of experiment on how to work with commonalities. And there's a paper my colleagues Karen Hayes, Nicole Grobone, and Gustavo Ribeiro wrote, and we published some weeks ago, that works on those commonalities. And in a very interesting way, we found commonalities between China, Europe, and the US. And based on those commonalities, we propose obviously ideas and recommendations on how to foster or allow data transfers, which is a very huge topic and very difficult to answer in a very straight way, similar to what do we do and how do we do SDGs. At the end, the question, I think, or the answer, mainly the answer to this question, is how we find those commonalities, and SDGs are those commonalities for to foster and to design the future or the present data governance structures that we have in our countries.
Thanks, Vero. I think you brought amazing points, and I think that we within the Global South probably are the ones. We have differences in how we suffer the impacts of digital economy, and when you brought the issue of climate action and etc., how I mean climate effects of that we are having at the moment, how this relates to, for instance, how local communities, how indigenous communities in Latin America suffer with this issue, for instance, when we talk about mining and etc., and how these mining also relates to the digital economy as a whole. And well, as I mentioned earlier, the G20 next year will be in Brazil, and I think that there's no one better maybe in this table, in this room, to talk about that than Luciano Maza, who is leading the Department of Science, Technology, and Intellectual Property at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And well, I would like to hear from you, Luciano. How do you think that how the Brazilian government is seeing the next steps related to data governance? How does it intend to promote this agenda? If it is a priority, if it's not, what are the other priorities that it has for the discussions to come at the G20? So, please, if you could share.
Thank you very much, José Renato. It's a pleasure to be here, part of this panel. I think Mr. Ida gave us a good set the scene for our discussions. Mr. Ida, as you know, is a reference in this area, not only for his work in G7 and G20, but also as chair of the CDAP committee in the OECD. And I think that's important to bear in mind, because there is a certain coherence in the approaches that have been developed in the work on data flows, on data governance within the OECD, within the G7, and then how it was debated and absorbed in the G20. And as Yoshi rightly pointed out, it was brought to the fore in particular by the Japanese presidency, and it is articulated mainly under this concept of data free flow we trust. I think that the question we have is that there are different approaches to look into data. And of course, data protection is one component of data governance. There are other elements, there are other dimensions. And I think within the framework of G20, there's a certain, let's say, my perception, that you have a certain stabilization in conceptual terms on the discussion of data free flow with trust. We haven't discussed more directly this agenda in the last two presidencies, more directly. Of course, this data governance is in every issue of the digital domain, so of course, in a way or another, we're touching on them. But I think neither the Indonesian presidency or the Indian presidency approached this subject area more directly. And I think there's a reason for this, because of course, when we start a presidency, every country tries to bring a perspective that makes sense for its own reality, let's say, and how it responds to more immediate concerns of the country, the issues that are higher in the agenda at that moment, not implied that other topics are not equally relevant, but in the specific context may be less prominent from the perspective of the government. And I think both the Indonesian presidency and the Indian presidents dealt with this issue in different ways, but not directly. So data governance was not presented at one, let's say, what you call priority issue in their presidency of the Digital Economy Working Group. The Indian presidents, of course, discussed this in the context of the DPIs. Obviously, DPI, one of the way the discussion was articulated during the Indian presidency, there's a big element about data sharing, of course, as one of the stacks of DPIs. But that's more in the internal dimension. There's an external dimension, as mentioned by Mr. Ida, on how you can make sure that different frameworks on this area can be interoperable in a way or another. But I think one of the main reasons why this was not discussed more directly is that when we started this discussion on data governance in the G20, there was a way to try to balance a little bit the debate on free flow of data and potential concerns or constraints in terms of a more development-oriented perspective. And something that we felt during the debates of the Indian president, for instance, a lot of discussion, and we're there finalizing the documents, on the expression that has been in the communiques of G20, that's every time we discuss data free flow with trust, we also ask for the inclusion of a reference in the importance of the role of data for development. And I think that's, the question is, those are perhaps different approaches, they are complementary in a way, but perhaps are not fully articulated in the G20 debate. And I think that's why, from a developing country perspective, they may feel that the subject is not fully mature to an additional discussion from this perspective. In our case, although we recognize that the issue is crucial and so of utmost importance, we identified and we indicated this to our colleagues in G20 4 priority areas that are universal and meaningful connectivity, artificial intelligence, e-government, and also information integrity. So sorry, thank you. And those are the 4 topics that we identified as being the main priorities for Brazil at this point, because let's say, they respond to concerns and to issues that are very much at the forefront of our discussion internally, and you think that they echo concerns that are also in the international agenda right now. But of course, the data governance issues will come up in different elements of the discussion. They always appear. And every single communique of G20 display references and debates on this topic. But as I said, is not, we are not envisaging, let's say, a full-front discussion on this topic in our agenda right now. And I think we can, of course, elaborate a little bit on this issue. And also, you refer to the topic of how multi-stakeholder participation can be ensured in that process. We'll be happy to discuss this as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Luciano. Well, I already have some questions in my mind, but I would like to know first if there's anyone in the audience who would like to jump in and raise a question. Do you have anyone? Come on, guys, you can make it. We have some questions here in the chat. Maybe I'll have them, and then some of you can also think of something. Actually, first, before that, I think I'm gonna try again, once again, to share Miriam's video. Otherwise, she's gonna, I'll be in a bad situation. Yeah, she'll definitely be mad at me. Just 1 second, guys. Okay, hope now it will work. Share sound. Okay, compartilhar. Okay.
Dear colleagues and participants, good afternoon. I'd like to begin by thanking all participants for their interest in joining on the challenges of data governance in a multilateral world. My name is Miriam Wimmer, and I'm a commissioner at the Brazilian National Data Protection Authority and one of the organizers of this session. Our aim today is to address some of the challenges posed by data governance and explore the different approaches that have been proposed by multilateral organizations such as G7, G20, the UN, and the OECD. In fact, over the past years, we have been observing lots of discussions and many different proposals manifested through declarations, roadmaps, and agendas, and based on complex concepts such as data free flow with trust. In this sense, one of the main challenges that faces us today is to understand how these different proposals interconnect with each other, in which aspects they complement each other, and in which cases they create tensions or gaps. Another aspect of this debate is how to make sure that all relevant stakeholders participate in the discussions, understanding that when we discuss the flow of data across borders, we are not only debating the interests of companies or of nation states, but the rights of individuals. In this sense, the debate on data governance and international data transfers must necessarily take into account multiple perspectives, based not only on the different approaches that countries may have towards data protection, but also on the different interests of the various stakeholders affected by this discussion. In fact, in Brazil, where we have a quite recent general data protection law, we are at this point in time discussing regulation on international data transfers and facing the challenges of making sure that the mechanisms that we establish are interoperable and allow for the protection of the fundamental right to data protection regardless of where the data is actually located. I very much regret not being able to join you in person for this discussion, but would like to thank Mr. José Renato Laranjeira for conducting the debate in person. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing your comments. I wish you all a very productive session.
Well, Miriam was part of my master's examining committee, so she would never forgive me if I didn't share this video here with you guys. Well, so the question that we have here is from Omar Farouk. He is a 17-year-old boy from Bangladesh, as he describes himself. And so first of all, it's really nice that the youth is participating, and I think that maybe this can be also a topic of discussion when we talk about multi-stakeholderism. And he asks, first, how can data governance frameworks be designed to protect the rights of children and young people, especially regarding their privacy and mental health? What are the specific challenges of data governance in the context of child rights and mental health in the Global South? And how can we ensure that their voices are heard? So this relates a lot to multi-stakeholderism. Well, who wants to jump in first before I start pointing fingers here? Who would do? Mr. Ida, Ale, Luciano.
Thank you very much. Wisely pointed out, we see, as world is digitalized and the more data are used for production or education or many other sector activities, we need to know how we better govern data. But it is always challenges for policymakers to understand. Domestically we have different types of players, and we need to make everybody happy. But at the same time, the digital economy is not closed economy, but it's always open and go beyond the borders. So we always need to collaborate together with outside players, and that is what G7 and G20 and other international fora is working for. And this is very important opportunity. And as I listened to Director Matza, we are very happy to know the Brazilian G20 presidency will be discussing data governance and also information integrity, which probably kind of another formulation of cybersecurity, which where we used to use the wording. But I think the terminology information integrity will be a very wise approach to pick this up, because once people talk about security, this is easily politicized, and I think this matter should be discussed from the social and economic perspective rather than a political perspective. So I very much look forward to the discussion next year, and discussing data governance is very important for all economic and social actors, and it is very important to know how to better and wisely use data, because data is always the I don't know, oil or engine or whatever, but we definitely need better use and better flow of data across society and the economy.
Okay, Mr. Ida. Well, before passing on to the others, Juliana has a question over there. And okay, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Juliana, technical advisor from the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. And I'd like to ask, do you think that the data and digital sovereignty debate may help to auxiliate the implementation of exception to free data flow requirements, such as mentioned by Luciano, for development in these multilateral agreements? Or is the term still needs to be profounded and needs more debate?
Thank you, Ju. And maybe also on this topic, I think. Oh, thank you very much. Well, okay. Let's give a room for you guys to answer it. Maybe, like, who wants to answer any of the questions? Gaurav, Veronica, if you guys are also interested in discussing any of them, please raise your hand. But Luciano, then please go ahead. And Luciano, maybe if you could also, since you're saying, maybe if you could also touch a little bit upon what do you see in this trend? You mentioned Indonesia and India. It was not a priority in their presidencies. What do you think that this means when we considering that these two countries and now Brazil, all of them from the global south, are not taking this? Let's not say that they are not paying attention to it, because as you said, data governance is part of everything when we discuss this. But why is this not on the top list? So maybe you could highlight beyond the questions of...
Thanks, Renato. No, I think, of course, we have a limited time during the G20 presidencies. We're talking normally about working year of, I don't know, eight months sometimes. The digital agenda is huge. It's very hard to cover all topics during a period of one presidency. So it's accepted that it's important to give focus to certain issues. And I think in this case, from a more pragmatic perspective, I think there's a huge development in the conceptual discussions on data free flow with trust, based on all this leadership Japan has had and had in the past. So as I said, I think the issue is stabilized a little bit. I just mentioned, so I think understandably when, in every country we look to this reality from a different angle. And I think it's understandable that what are, let's say, the more sensitive and pressing issues for Japan or for Saudi Arabia won't necessarily be the same as for India, Indonesia, or for Brazil. So I think it's normal that we have these situations where a relevant topic is not dealt with in detail in every presidency, because that's not possible. That happens also to other issues than not only to data governance. What I mentioned, I think that it relates a little bit to the question Juliana made, is that there is, I won't say there's a tension, but there's an issue on how you can incorporate into this discussion a perspective, a more development-oriented perspective. And I think that relates a little bit to discussions on data or digital sovereignty, in the sense that I think there are a lot of questions that need answering. And I think particularly from the perspective of developing countries, many countries, I'm not saying necessarily in the case of Brazil, but looking at the general landscape, don't necessarily have a fully matured set of policy and governance regimes internally. And so there is a concern also on how you can make sure that there is a certain margin of flexibility or leeway to ensure that when you decide on the right policies for the country domestically, you don't face constraints that may make it difficult to adopt those policies. Though I think part of the discussion relates to the fact that it's still evolving landscape. I think in this field, something that I have to be aware of is that there are agreements and trade agreements that are, let's say, developing the direction of incorporating digital elements. There are some few agreements that call themselves digital agreements. And I think the question that one should make is to what extent the same principles and guidelines that normally are considered in the multilateral trade regime, for instance, can be fully replicated in the digital area. And I think there are different answers to that, but I think that relates a lot to the issue you mentioned.
Thank you, Luciano. Gaurav raised his hand at some point. Do you want to jump in, Gaurav?
Yeah, I think, thanks. I mean, the question is that the countries are still trying to, fine-tune their values and definitions in terms of how data sovereignty would mean for them, right? And what exactly is an entailment of cross-border data transfer? What regulations and what laws it will be there? So one of the simpler approaches is basically on certain countries which share same democratic values and systems, there would be bilateral agreements of data sharing which can happen seamlessly because on certain parameters which are standard, right? But with certain countries, it would be there would be some conditional agreement for exchange. So yeah, I mean, I would just rested that because I saw 5 minutes for the session. So I think data sovereignty is a little more typical in terms of how Global South is first trying to understand. And this is even more problematic when it comes to AI specific, large language models like ChatGPT and things like that, which are crawling data. So it's very difficult for defining this in the digital emerging tech space. Thanks.
Thanks, Gaurav. And it's incredible that we took 55 minutes to talk about ChatGPT. So, Vero, please. And by the way, we only have 4 more minutes. So if you could, we also need to listen to Ale. So maybe, okay, I'm saying that we don't have a common agenda. We don't have a linear perspective. Different regions have the different priorities. So maybe if you could also, you already talked a little bit about that, but if you could also touch on this point in your response, that would be amazing. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's true that we don't have like the same agendas, and there will be different kind of definitions on what we consider digital sovereignty depending on where we are. But I really wanted to touch upon the first question of the chat regarding, because something that we're hearing right now is about data transfers and data flow with trust. So focusing on the trust part, like trust is something that could be built, and one of the things how we build trust is with reducing the information asymmetries that exists. And I think this is something that we all agree that we need information asymmetries. And if we talk about that, I think that's very connected on the SDGs that I was mentioning before. There is SDGs on education and on equal opportunities as well. So I think focusing on those specific things that we are already agree on, that will help, at least in the case of children and young people, to be more involved in these discussions, to be more capable, we have more skills to be there to produce and also be active. So that's important when you're building that trust, because the trust is not just governments saying I will trust on the information that we are managing here, but also the individual having trust and providing trust. So it's like a bilateral thing happening. That will be my last remark, because I know we don't have enough time.
Thanks, Vado. Thank you very much. Ale, let's start on this. You're a specialist in data digital sovereignty.
No, I won't talk about that, Ben. Just really quick, thank you again for inviting us to be here in this really interesting panel. Honestly, I think that if digital sovereignty really means, as Luciano stated, not balancing not only data free flows but also data for development and really contributing to the last mile, that's really useful, right? It's one of the most important and powerful concepts of this decade from a political science perspective, right? So yeah, if it's really contribute to the last mile development, yeah, I think it's useful.
Thanks, my friend. So surprisingly, we are closing the session on time. We still had 1 minute. So I would really like to thank you all for being here. Unfortunately, I feel like we had so much to advance in this, after doing this mapping of the discussion that we did on how to move forward. But I would say that if I would have one issue that I would like to have addressed for the future, and maybe this is a message especially for the government, is how can we communicate, how can we enhance our communication, the range of possibilities that we have to contribute to this agenda, to also have some participation in identifying the main trends, the main issues that we need to discuss in these topics. But I'm really happy that we had this conversation, so thank you all very much. Brazilian government, Japanese government, homeless workers movement, GIZ, Citizen Lab, and the people who are representing these organizations, which are the ones who are here. So thank you very much, and thank you also once again, ANPD, the Brazilian National Data Protection Authority, for making this possible with LAPIN. And that's it. Thank you very much. negócio muito de, tipo, geral e tal, mas... ele, tipo, eu falei pro bicho, foi fora da curva, assim. Tipo, a galera dos outros governos é, tipo, sempre muito bullet point, o bicho é diferente, é diferenciado. Não, ele arrasa.
Foi maneiro, eu gostei também.
Não, valeu.
Eu fiz, não tinha ninguém pra me
Não, arrasou, tá certo. Não, e, velho, ainda bem que você trouxe esse ponto, velho, tipo, arrasou, valeu.
Tava sendo acordada.
Sim. Deixa eu só falar.
To Luana.
Hello? Hello, colleagues, can you?
Hi, yes, we can
Is
hear
that
you.
the ICANN
Yep, we can hear you.
multilingualism session?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Is that the ICANN? Can you confirm that this is the ICANN multilingualism session?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
Thank
Because
you.
I was in a different session and there was a wrong link there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 2:45, so let's start. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Today is the last day of the IGF. I think some of us might feel very tired. On the other hand, some of us feel like, oh, it's already over. So my name is Jarong. I work for ICANN. I'm the head of the Asia Pacific office. I'm based in Singapore. And today's session is on multilingual internet, a key catalyst for access and inclusion. So with me, we have 2 on-site speakers and 3 speakers speaking remotely. So I'll introduce them. So on my right is Mr. Edmund Chung. He's our board member from ICANN and also CEO of .Asia. And on my left is Ms. Teresa Swinehart, our Senior Vice President for Global Domains and Strategy from ICANN. And joining remotely, we have Dr. Marielza Oliveira. She's the Director for the Division for Digital Inclusion Policies and Transformation Communications and Information Sector from UNESCO. And also Ms. Nodumo Lamini, the Director for ICT Services and Knowledge Management, the Association of African Universities. And also, last but not least, Mr. Mark Durden. He's the Key Project Manager from SIL International. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me, my esteemed speakers, and also our participants for today. Now, let's dive in. We only have an hour with a pretty interesting topic. So can I invite Edmund to first help us frame the issue of multilingual internet? Edmund, can you share about language? Do you think it is a barrier to access? And at a high level, talk about what are some gaps or problems, particularly pertaining to access, such as internationalized domain names, which is using domain names in local scripts, as well as the related issues of adopting internationalized domain names. And a broader question to this perhaps is at a high level, do you think this is a policy problem, a technical problem, or a socio-economic problem, or all of them? Over to you, please, Edmund.
Thank you, Jarong. Anything we discuss here is all of them, right, at IGF. But I guess, as Jarong mentioned, to ask me to start by framing the question, it's really, I think the title today is really important. And I will start by saying that a fully multilingual internet really is the foundation towards digital inclusion. And that's, I think that's very important. And if you look at the world, there are over 6,500 languages around the world. Many of them, over 2,000 of them actually here in Asia where we are. And yet, today on the web, almost 60% of the internet's content is still in English. So really a multilingual internet, I believe, is essential for digital inclusion because the next billion who's coming online do not have English as their first language, and that's that's the issue we have. That's the topic we're talking about, and the kind of the doorway to access information, and also one of the key kind of starting point for people utilizing the internet is our domain names and email addresses. So really having internationalized internationalized domain names and internationalized email addresses is a foundation for development of content and services in local languages. So in that, taken in that context and in the digital inclusion context, we really see that, we can really see that universal acceptance of internationalized domain names and email addresses is really about language justice. It's about marginalized language communities impacted by language barriers, and here we're talking about people, accessing the internet and also as a beginning of accessing information on the internet in their local language. Again, domain names and email addresses is maybe a very small part of it, but without which the multilingual internet is not complete. And speaking of language justice, I think the next speaker will talk more about it, but I think put it in perspective of the UN, we are in the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and that's an important way to frame this question as well. And I'm seeing in the audience my friend Yudo there that talked to me about having the Javanese language to be expressed on the internet and in internationalized domain names. These are some of the things, because I think this is what we're talking about. And the ICANN community, I think we have been working very hard for many years, working through these technical standards, the linguistic and script policies that to ensure secure and stable introduction of internationalized domain names on the DNS. But can we do more? The answer is, of course, yes, we do need to do more, and yes, we can do more. Today, there are about 1,500 top-level domains on the internet, and only 10% is actually using other, different other languages other than the alphanumeric A to Z 0 to 9. Actually, no 0 to 9. Sorry about that. Top-level domains don't include numbers, but the point is, only 10% are internationalized domain names, and out of the 350 million domain names registered worldwide, only 1%, about 1% is internationalized domain names. So registries and registrars do need to work harder to ensure their systems are fully universal acceptance and IDN ready. And this is also even for non-IDN related, so even for registries and registrars not offering internationalized domain name services, it's important for their systems to be ready for internationalized domain names and email addresses, because your registrant, even if they're registering an English domain name, could be using an internationalized email address, right? I mean, that's what we are talking about in terms of universal acceptance. So it is a technical implementation issue, back to Jarung's question. But it will require policy intervention. I believe governments need to demand in their tenders for IT systems, for example, that systems be IDN email ready. Schools and universities should include internationalized domain names and email addresses as basic protocols for networking 101, for example. And we need other stakeholders to join in the work. And that's why we need to talk about here at the IGF, because we need a movement. And this movement for language justice is really, starts here in the internet governance community. So I guess and finally, I wanted to just note that, of course, just the internationalized domain names and email address themselves does not solve the multilingual internet issue. Of course not. I mean, but it is a foundational component, because without which we cannot realize a fully multilingual internet. And this will require a multi-stakeholder approach to address the different issues that is beyond ICANN and the immediate community's reach in many ways. And the key aspect, I believe, is to really get the end users and the community to realize that this is not just a matter of convenience or cool domain names and email addresses, but it is about realizing a sustainable multilingual internet that cares about language justice.
Thank you, Edmund. I really like the key word about language justice. And here at the IGF, I remember there was a side event I attended on the soft launch of a network for social justice and digital resilience. And I think, just tying in one of those themes, really having a multilingual internet being about language justice is also a form of social justice. Now, let's move on quickly to our next speaker, Dr. Marielza. So Maria is from the UNESCO, and can you share about the background of multilingualism at the UN, and where are we today? You know, are there any recent multilingualism initiatives by the UN or UNESCO? Over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Particularly our dear ICANN colleagues with whom the UNESCO team has been working to advance multilingualism in cyberspace. I'm really happy to join this session today, as this is a very important topic to me. And I apologize that I'll have to leave soon to another commitment, but let me share some thoughts with you. You know, first, I love that the previous speaker was talking about language justice, because this is really about realizing a human right to freedom of expression and access to information. You know, so you can't really, you know, share your thoughts or seek information if you don't really, you know, cannot do it in your own language. And since its invention, the internet has been acknowledged as a really powerful tool for societal progress, a source of information, a means to exchange products and services, but it has also been recognized to have the ability to empower individuals, you know, particularly granting them, you know, enabling and upholding the rights to access to information, expression, and so on, while simultaneously amplifying the voices of marginalized groups. However, you know, we must accept the current reality is that an estimated 37% of the world population, or close to 2.7 billion people, are still not taking advantage of the internet's transformative power. And this means, you know, that there is a barrier that separates a large part of humanity from the pool of knowledge in the form of digital resources. And as more and more services are going digital, as noted by the UN Secretary General's recent report, we are faced with, the pressing challenge of connecting the next 1 billion users to really benefit from the digital processes. And that means that we must up the ante in providing digital services to the indigenous and underserved communities that have struggled for a long time with limited access and representation in the digital sphere. And the lack of multilingualism in cyberspace is an essential aspect of achieving, you know, of this part of big barrier for achieving digital inclusion. And in 2003, the UNESCO General Conference adopted the recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace. It is a landmark provision, and the recommendation provides a framework for the member states to adopt legislation and other measures that are conducive to the promotion of multilingualism in digital ecosystems. And this includes forging new partnerships, facilitating mechanisms for multilingual domain names and associated tools, content, and process. And UNESCO and ICANN have a long-standing partnership on this front, and even this session has been, you know, proposed on our collective understanding that the technology deployed still has to catch up to this progress to allow for digital inclusion for the multilingual communities globally. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that not only new technologies have to be innovated, but the communities must also be brought closer to the ongoing digital transformation. And this has been, can be done only if we address the glaring deficiency of linguistic diversity on the internet. And so as one of the co-leaders in the implementation of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, that goes from 2022 to 2032, UNESCO is playing a pivotal role in championing the preservation, promotion, and revitalization of indigenous languages worldwide. There is a global action plan which highlights the importance of fostering favorable conditions for digital empowerment, freedom of expression, media development, access to information, and language technology. And this is where ICANN and UNESCO have been working together to bring synergy to their efforts. Collectively, we must really prioritize making internet platforms and applications accessible to people with diverse linguistic abilities, and thus ensure really universal participation and inclusion. And here, let me just say that the interplay between languages and universal acceptance is complex and multifaceted. While achieving universal acceptance of languages is unquestionably essential. Like the previous speaker mentioned, a foundation. We must also focus on the creation of digital tools, products, and services tailored specifically to the needs of underserved communities and currently unserved communities. And it's incumbent upon UNESCO and ICANN to advocate for a broader conception, one that encompasses the notion of universal inclusion and remedies this deficiency in internet linguistic diversity. And so, I'd like to say to all participants today, I urge all of us, to maintain a real awareness of the internet's immense potential as a tool for positive transformation, and for us to work together to unify, innovate, and advocate for multilingualism and universal inclusion. So I hope that we all be working together. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria-Elsa. So we've heard a couple of technical terms in some ways. So internationalized domain names, which are domain names in different scripts beyond the English alphabet. And also the term universal acceptance, which is in software and applications to universally accept these domain names and email addresses in other scripts. Now, let's move on very quickly to Teresa. Teresa, can you share about ICANN's work? Just now, Maria-Elsa just mentioned, UNESCO and ICANN are in close collaboration. But can you share more specifically about ICANN, like ICANN's work in relation to internationalized domain names and universal acceptance? Please.
Brilliant. First of all, it's great to be here and to be having this conversation. I think, as Edmund said, we need a movement and we need awareness. With the amount of languages spoken in all the different regions of the world that are not reflected in ASCII character sets, or perhaps have a longer variation to the right of the dot, we need to afford the ability for those to be used for really to have a fully inclusive internet. So ICANN has a limited remit with regards to our responsibilities, but we play a strong role in this and partner with others. A couple areas, how it's anchored within the construct of the mission. The IDN work, or internationalized domain name and universal acceptance, is recognized both in the strategic focus, and it's included in our strategic plan. Our strategic plan, and the reason this is important, is developed with community input and really looking towards what the future is. It's based on the analysis of trends and where the future goes. That's compiled and then brought to the board, and the board looks at what the final strategic plan is, but also puts it out for awareness to the community. So it's really an all-inclusive process as we do this. So the fact that IDNs and universal acceptance are anchored within the strategic plan for the 21 to 25 is an important factor, and we anticipate it to be reflected likewise in the next iteration. Importantly, it's also an element that's reflected in our interim CEO's goals very strongly. So again, important to show that we are taking this work that we're doing seriously, but also that this is really what the future is about, and that's important for ICANN's mission and mandate in serving the public interest. So if we look at what we're doing more specifically, with regards to internationalized domain names, there's a couple areas. More on the operational technical side, they're working on tables to make sure that if it's registered, it's following a certain table and making sure that those tables are compiled. If we look at the policy side, there's work within the generic name supporting organization with regards to policies for internationalized domain names in the generic name space, that is to the right of the dot. And within the country code supporting organization, there is further work on what was a policy to enable initial country code top-level domains to be accepted in IDNs. There's further work on that to ensure that there's policies for the future around that. So the reason the generic space is different is because it applies to the generic top-level domains at the country level, the CCTLDs for the country top-level domains. So there's quite a bit of policy work there. We also have a team that very specifically is going out to the community and working with them on both the table work, how to create awareness, how to look at this from a technical level, how to ensure trainings around that. So we partner with different groups in different regions around the world. If we look at universal acceptance, likewise very active in that area. Again, within our mandate, we work very well with what's referred to the UASG, so the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, which is a group that has been active in this space, but also working with UNESCO, working with other organizations around the importance of the ability for platforms and for the ability of email or web addresses to be able to resolve so that you know that they actually go there. And again, we're working on the technical side on helping with trainings, participating in partnership with others to help awareness about both the issue, but help also problem solve on the technical level. On universal acceptance, in addition, last year was the first Universal Acceptance Day, in which more than 50 events across 40 countries brought awareness around the importance of universal acceptance. That was attended by about 9,500 people. But if you look at the ripple effect of that and the shared experience plus the awareness in the media around it, it was the start. We're looking forward to holding the next Universal Acceptance Day in 2024. And with that, looking forward to partnering with other organizations and platform providers in order to create a movement and create awareness around things. We don't do any of this alone. We can't. We have a limited remit in this, but we are one of the elements to that and to partner with others. And finally, if I can just touch on the next round of the introduction of new top-level domains. So when we open up that opportunity for the introduction of those, looking very much at ensuring that those who wish to register a name in internationalized domain name character sets, so something that is not ASCII, or something that might require ensuring universal acceptance but in ASCII character sets, we're doing quite a bit of awareness building around that in cooperation with the fact that we will be opening another round, and that round could afford the opportunity for all language groups or different regions of the world that currently do not have a presence, so to speak, but would like one, to have that opportunity to do it, but also that technically it will then also resolve in the system. So those are just a few examples of some key work areas, and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Theresa. So let's hold on to the piece about the UA Day, because I think that it ties in with what this, so far all the speakers are saying, a movement, like a call to action. I feel that's something we can really work on at this session. So let's move on to the other speakers first. Let's go to Mark. So Mark is more of a, from your background, you're more of a technical person. So I'll ask a more technical question. So what technical issues in your experience are you seeing in relation to internationalized domain names and universal acceptance adoption? Mark, over to you, please.
Thank you, Jerong, for your question, and thank you for the invitation to join this panel. I'm quite excited by the goals of universal acceptance, not least because my organization, SAL International, works primarily with Indigenous and ethnic minority communities, around 1,000 different communities around the world. And so this is very important for the communities that we're working with. It's essential to their engagement with the online world, with the rest of the world. So I'd like to share a story, first of all, about my experience just this year with internationalized email addresses. So a little earlier this year, I downloaded the 2022 Universal Acceptance Readiness Report in PDF file. And in that report, I read that only 10% of email systems currently meet the needs of universal acceptance. So out of curiosity, I clicked on the Thai email address example in the PDF just to try it out. And if you want to try it, it's on page 11 of that report. And Gmail popped up its compose window, but it had a completely garbled like Mojibaki email address in its to field, which meant that that just wasn't going to work. So I wasn't going to give up that quickly. I right-clicked on the email address in the PDF and copied it to my clipboard and pasted it into Gmail, and no, still didn't work. All I got was a string of dots with an @ sign in the middle. So finally, I actually selected the text of the email address in the PDF file with my mouse, and I copied that to the clipboard, and I was able to paste it into Gmail and try it out. But that still didn't work, because it turns out that the mail host for my personal domain does not yet support the SMTP UTF-8 mail protocol, and so the test email bounced. Now, I did eventually get it working by sending it from my Gmail address, but I'm supposed to be some sort of expert in the area, and if I can't get it working without trying that hard, I think our community of users worldwide are going to have a very poor experience. So we really do have a long way to go. And in some areas, the computer industry moves very quickly, but some of these things seem to take a very long time. And I really don't think that the community can afford to wait for us. So I'll just switch tracks just a little bit now and talk about two specific areas that are close to my heart and how they overlap with universal acceptance. And that is online security and input methods. So all the way back in 2016, I came across the label generation rules for the Khmer language of Cambodia. And I was really impressed at the level of detail and effort that had gone into trying to prepare these rules to make safe domain names in the Khmer script. Now, I've been working with Khmer input methods, and there was obviously so much detail about spoofing attacks that would be possible in Khmer in those that were being covered off in those label generation rules. And I'm going to use Khmer for most of the rest of my examples because that's where I have the most experience. But a lot of these same principles apply to many writing systems across Asia and the world. Now, even for the Khmer script, it's more than just the Khmer language. This is the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, as Marielza pointed out in her chat comment. And we need to be thinking about all the language communities that use a particular script. Now, for Latin script, it's many, many languages, and it's fairly well known. But even the Khmer script is used by at least 8 different languages in Cambodia today. So as an industry, we need to put much more effort towards supporting those indigenous languages all around the world. And for example, and I'm not criticizing the label generation rules group here, but the Khmer label generation rules do not yet support most of the indigenous languages of Cambodia because the rules that they've defined are too constrained to support the ways that those languages are working with the script. It's a huge space with fuzzy boundaries, so we still need more dedicated effort to expand and support those languages. It was also personally disappointing to me when I found out that label generation rules have not been adopted by many major top-level domain registries, including most visibly .com. So to prove this to myself, I registered a spoofed khmerscript.com domain and tested it out. And yeah, I still got that domain in my collection of useless domains. So wide adoption of those label generation rules is so important for the uptake of internationalized domain names. Many Asian scripts are vastly more complex to type and encode than Latin script, and there are myriad opportunities for spoofing attacks. So I think many of us have seen those alternate script examples like apple.com written with Cyrillic letters. Mixing scripts is one thing, but in many Asian scripts, we don't even need to mix the scripts to see these problems. For example, and again in the Khmer script, we've identified example words that can be encoded in up to 15 different ways in Unicode, but they look visually identical on all devices. And what's worse, we found real examples where Khmer users had typed those example words into web pages in every single one of those wrong encodings. And sometimes the incorrect encodings had more matches than the correct encodings. Now, smart input methods can help with this. So for Khmer, my team have introduced a Khmer Encore keyboard that's powered by the software that we write that automatically corrects the vast majority of those misencodings. This helps not just with preventing spoofing, but with any text tasks, searching, sorting, and so on. I'd like to say a big thank you to all of those who have contributed so far to universal acceptance and for all the progress we have seen, and particularly the IDNs that are starting to take root in many places. But I'd also like to encourage the rest of the computing industry to just slow down a little bit and listen to the Universal Acceptance Steering Group and start supporting the recommendations that have already been made.
Thank you, Mark. So there are some technical areas which are important, but I think a key takeaway also is the key term of wide adoption. So, for the industry, I think Mark made a very good point. We're sometimes chasing the next big thing, and then sometimes forgetting the people we're leaving behind. And I think this is a good segue to go to Nodumo, because coming from an underserved region like Africa, do you think internationalized domain names and its adoption would help break the language barrier for access and or help to preserve languages? Nodumo, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for having me on this panel. Yes, Africa is an underserved region for many reasons that include unequal access to technology, unequal access to the internet and information resources. Yes, internationalized domain names can assist to break the language barrier for internet access for the reasons that the various speakers have also alluded to, mostly because they facilitate accessibility in native language scripts, inclusivity, cultural and linguistic preservation, and also because they could facilitate the creation and dissemination of local content in our various languages. And I think that users would also find it more fulfilling to go to the internet and use their own languages. I also acknowledge the challenges that have been alluded to by the speakers before me concerning IDNs, especially technical compatibility, and that our systems are not yet all ready. The security concerns that have been mentioned by the previous speaker. And I think user education is also a major issue in terms of the proper use of IDNs and also addressing the security risks associated with the international domain names. Of course, there's a need to create awareness so that we generate the needed demand for uptake of the IDNs and universal acceptance. And I think awareness raising will be a very important aspect of what we need to prioritize so that more people can understand what is possible. And we also need to look at this, not just doing awareness raising, but go a little further to do it as a package or as a broader strategy that will also address technical improvements and also address the issue of tools, user-friendly tools that can be adopted to encourage the adoption of internationalized domain names. And we need to work together, we need to work with industry, we need to collaborate as internet stakeholders so that we can really generate awareness and also adoption. And the issue of local content is also very pivotal and important for the success of IDNs, because people are likely to adopt them if there's content available in their language. And as the previous speaker mentioned, implementing robust security measures to protect users from phishing and domain speaking is also extremely important. Concerning how we can effectively reach the grassroots and specific language communities which are not yet online, I think this requires a thoughtful and inclusive approach. We need to understand the local contexts and the needs. We must involve the communities. We must create training materials for language localization in the local languages, and also consider launching offline engagements, workshops, and campaigns within the communities. And digital literacy training, for example, in Africa, is also very fundamental. If communities are going to participate and adopt these IDNs, they need to be digitally literate. So we must really develop these partnerships and collaborations very carefully, and address issues of access to internet, access to devices in underserved communities, provide actually subsidized internet access, and encourage communities to participate by sharing their stories, and also creating incentives for communities who are actually involved in getting others online, and also involved in ensuring the adoption of the internationalized domain names. And lastly, I think we need to have very good feedback mechanisms, impact assessment strategies, so that we can understand the challenges, the concerns, and also how well we are doing in this endeavor towards the adoption of internationalized domain names. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nodumo. Some very insightful points, and I think it's ties in a lot to what I think this session will be going towards, which is thinking about a movement or an action plan amongst us, and how do we start. And I think Nodumo mentioned a few things, like thinking about addressing the issue holistically, but at the same time being able to reach the grassroots. Each of us then can play a part, because we are part of a community locally. So I thought to seed those couple of thoughts first, and let's go into the next segment for this session, which is, do we have any questions for the speakers, or any comments or thoughts about what we have discussed so far? Please, over to the mic.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elisa Heaver, and I'm from the Dutch government, from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and a MAG member. So, universal acceptance, or IDNs, is not something new. It's been there for quite some time, well, I've been in this field for 3 years, so slightly longer than that we know about IDNs, and I've been hearing actually from basically day one, IDNs is an important topic. It's a very important topic. It's important. We need this. It's important. It's highly important. We really need this. And it doesn't seem that there's really, really a big change happening up until now, at least. I do feel that we're getting somewhere, even though there have been resolutions already in the ITU on this for quite some time. And I'm wondering how you really think that we as governments also should act on ensuring or creating more, no, how should I say this? Sorry, I'm slightly tired after a week of IGF. So, what role you see for governments in this process, and which role you see for the for the business community, because I'm seeing ICANN here, and they are more from the technical community, and also the example given about Google or Gmail and not really being instrumental in this. I wonder which role you see for that sector. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think there are two parts to your question, so I will try to dissect it for the speakers. I heard Marielza was going to leave early. Is she still on? She's left? Because I think one part of the question was, how can governments help in terms of the policy aspect? Marielza would be very good to address that. If that's the case, can I first ask Edmund, then Teresa?
The question is how much time we have, right? We can talk about this for hours. You talk about 3 years. Actually, I've been working on this for 25 years, and it is improving. So what I would like to say a few things. First, why is important? Why is not done? Yes, it's also because of the technical and the policy requirements. So we're still working through the technology and the policies to make it work. We are very close to completing that, as Teresa will, I'm sure add. So now is the time, is really in my view. And I think there is also the issue of the suppliers that provide IDN registrations, for example, is not seeing the demand, and that is a problem. And why didn't they see the demand? Well, one of the reasons is because universal acceptance is not ready yet, because emails are having still different platforms are still not supporting it. Web hosting remains a problem. So that is why we need policy intervention. That's why we need to break this chicken and egg issue. So what governments should do? I think governments should look at ICANN. What ICANN did was a few years ago, and that, in my view, was a significant change. ICANN, for the first 20 years, have been supporting, but not really doing it themselves. But since, I think it was 2015, around that time, ICANN had a universal acceptance program, and it's starting to look at its own internal systems and make it ready. And that was a big thing. I think the next step needs to be registries and registrars need to be completely universal acceptance ready. And if I can wave a wand and the GNSO would do everything, I would ask for registries and registrars to be required to be universal acceptance ready. Me being one of the registries as well, and I know it's very difficult. It's actually difficult because it is a bit of a long tail. The reason why it's difficult is because some of the systems that use every part of the system you use touches on domain names and email addresses, and therefore the actual change is small, but the long tail thing is the long tail is pretty long. So governments look to ICANN, the tendering process, all the IT systems that governments use. Maybe you can't ask for them to be completely universal acceptance ready, but what you can ask for is a roadmap, right? You can ask for in your tenders is to ask the question, are you universal acceptance ready? If not, what is the plan to become universal acceptance ready? I mean, that's the one big thing. Second big thing, I think, which I mentioned earlier as well, is about the education side. The curriculum needs to be updated. When students are taught networking 101, internationalized domain names and email addresses should be the basic protocol, not an add-on. So I think, you know, at least those are two immediate things, and of course the government systems themselves to become universal acceptance ready. Hopefully that's useful.
I think Edmund really identified some really core actions we'd seen with government contracts in relation to IPv6 that had been successful, or at least created awareness around it and encouraged businesses from that standpoint. I think on the local community side and the education side, encouraging the generation of local content and awareness that one could actually do local content then. So I think there's quite a bit there through both the economic and the social areas within the governments. And then, you know, also with activities in some of the partner organizations, you know, we heard from UNESCO and others around the need for this and the value of that. I think that we often hear at the national level the preservation of culture or the preservation of languages, linking that to the digital world and the opportunities that are there from a government standpoint. I think from a business standpoint as well, you know, there's always the argument of, is there the demand? Well, if one's not providing it, one doesn't know if there's a demand. And there might be ways that to create consumer awareness to know to ask for it and to know to say, I would like to actually be able to have this resolve in that right way, because one can create the mechanism, the technology for it, and as Edmund said, we're still developing some of the policies and ironing out some of the different areas in the trainings, but there's the overarching awareness that one actually can have something in one's own language, just like one can have the ask for clean air or clean water. It's not a utility from that standpoint, but it is something that is near and dear to every single individual and how they communicate with each other. So I think some of those angles.
Thank you. We have more questions or comments from the floor. Let's go to the next gentleman. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keisuke Kamimura, professor of linguistics and Japanese at Daito Bunka University in Tokyo. And I attended a workshop on artificial intelligence this morning, and one of the speakers mentioned that artificial intelligence needs large chunk of language-based data. Otherwise, AI does not learn by themselves. So language-based data for lesser used languages or minority languages should be available before making artificial intelligence becoming meaningful for them. Is this kind of issue related to this panel, or is it going to be dealt with somewhere else or somebody else?
Any thoughts?
Well, I think it's very relevant actually when one of the things that I mentioned is that today on the web, 57% of the content is still in English. So even for general AI, you know, it is English dominant. So the machine would have learned that English is the dominant language as well. So I think it is a matter that that is important to address. Although I'm certainly not an expert on that, but I do know that you know, given that we know that there is a bias with the AI, and that part I do participate in the IEEE working group on algorithmic bias. But back to the topic here, I guess the relevance, I believe, is that internationalized domain names and email addresses can spark the creation of content and services in the different languages, whether it's indigenous languages or different languages. And the reason why I like to use this remind people of one interesting fact of the internet development. The DNS, the domain name system, was created in 1983. 6 years later, the web was invented in 1989. The basic infrastructure needs to be there. The basic foundations of the domain name and email addressing system needs to be there for the content layer to flourish. And I think this is going to be true for IDNs as well.
Thank you. Can I do a quick segue? I know there is a queue, but I think do a quick segue to Mark. Because when we were preparing for the session, we talked about working with open source community on standards and guidelines. I think ties in back to the question from the professor about availability of data in terms of languages. So I thought, Mark, maybe we can segue a quick one to you about, in terms of relevance for AI on the one hand, but really working with the open source community, is there anything we can do to get this topic and going, to raise awareness and to get people to adopt?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very interesting hearing a lot of this discussion, and I'm really resonating with a lot of what the other panel speakers are saying, Teresa and Edmund and Nodomo. And one thing I'd like to note is that the Unicode Consortium, which kind of works at a slightly different level to ICANN, the Unicode Consortium has launched the Digitally Disadvantaged Languages Subcommittee, and that's a mouthful, but the DDL Subcommittee has just been launched, and it's a real opportunity for us to engage with industry partners, because the Unicode Consortium is a consortium of major industry vendors working in internationalization. And so there's a real awareness right now coming out of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So let's make sure that we are engaging at that level there. And that correlates with the perception in my part of the tech space that ICANN is very low level. You sort of deal with all of these nuts and bolts at a level where normal software developers don't need to think about it. And so I think for that reason, for many software developers, universal acceptance and IDN is not even on their radar, just because it's like, oh, it's all low level stuff, somebody else has already dealt with it. So I think some level of promotion in an accessible space is the kind of thing that the W3C has done very well with a lot of their standards for the web. But doing some of that kind of thing with clear, accessible FAQs around UA and what needs to be done and the gaps is a really good starting spot, because I've been doing this for a while, but I haven't actually found a one-stop shop where I can point people to, which is accessible. There's lots of very detailed documentation, but nothing that really says, well, this is the problem, here's your normal questions. So in terms of engaging with the open source community, that's a really good starting spot. It'd be really good, I remember in the UA report from 2022 that there was a big list of major products and their level of support. It'd be good to do the same sort of thing with some of the low-level libraries that really power the internet, things like curl and OpenSSL, Node and PHP and even WordPress, and just have a look at how well do these products support universal acceptance and where are their gaps. And even then going through to the other end of the space, looking at end-user software, things like Firefox and Thunderbird. And these are places where we have the opportunity to make improvements and submit changes to those communities and support them without needing to wait for commercial priorities necessarily. And that often then drives the commercial vendors to go, oh, we need to actually match that functionality. So it's just another prong in the strategy.
Thank you, Mark.
So, yep.
Appreciate that. Okay, we have a queue, so let's try to move. So let's go to the next gentleman, please.
My name is Yudo, for the record. I'm from Indonesia, serve as a board member, one of the board member of .id registry Pandi, and also working as a professor at Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia. Indonesia, I'm coming from a country with more than 700 languages. Out of those 700 languages, we have identified more than 30 of them actually use a non-Latin script. One of the language that spoken by many people in Indonesia is actually Japanese language, spoken by 60 million people in Indonesia. And we also have Balinese language, everyone knows Bali. And the language is spoken by more than 3 million people in Indonesia, mostly in Bali. So 3 years ago, we submit an IDN application, international domain name, to ICANN. And the motive or the background of it is simply to serve the underserved community, to preserve the indigenous language, and also to give universal access to them. Unfortunately, it was rejected by ICANN. As Teresa mentioned, there are several requirements, technical and also political. Now, I mentioned 2 of the political requirements mentioned in the document. Number 1 is that the panel, that I can simply just give it to the expert panel and then they will review the application. They mentioned that the Japanese language is written today only in Latin-based characters, except for scholarly, historical, and decorative purposes. And then there are also requirements that mention that the language must be used as an official communication of the relevant public authority and also serve as a language of administration. So if you look at those 2 requirements, it's like chicken and egg. I mean, if the language is actually served as the administration, language of administration as used by the public authority and commonly used, then it is actually not an underserved community in my point of view. So we think that by providing the IDN for Japanese, Balinese, then the people will have a room to play digitally, because for non-digital world, I think UNESCO and my government and also Dutch government, if you mention University of Leiden, actually has done lots of work for our manuscripts. So to make us happy, we are actually currently intensively communicate with ICANN, with Professor Sarmat and also Petinan to develop the label generation rule for the Japanese, Balinese, and Pegon. But with those 2 requirements, because in Indonesia actually since 1928, we have an oath that we will use Bahasa Indonesia as the national language, but we still have those more than 700 indigenous languages. So we are not like India, who actually they put most of the languages in their constitution. So we just actually support very much when India is actually apply for the IDN. So as long as we still have the requirements, I don't think ICANN is actually very serious in the inclusivity, underserved community, for the people who actually they don't speak English or they don't use common language like Japanese, Korean, and also Chinese. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to Teresa to address it, because we only have 3 minutes, let's not leave anyone behind. Let's go for the question from on remote as well. Then let's try to use the remaining time to wrap up. Yeah.
So this is a question from Amit Paria. How would the private sector be motivated to develop tech with language inclusivity as their priority?
Okay, this one, would Mark or Edmund want to take it? Hold on first, then we'll get the lady over there, please. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. First of all, congratulations to anybody who is working tirelessly to improve access to languages digitally, about AI and automated speech recognition. But at the same time, a plea. My name is Lydia Best, and I am from the European Federation of Hard of Hearing People. And many of us rely on sometimes auto-caption, services. And the plea is, can you please make sure that we actually don't get censors? Because often auto-captioning censors language. What hearing people can hear, we don't, especially swear words. We also want to know if somebody was swearing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have 2 minutes, maybe 1 minute for Teresa to Udo's question, and then maybe Edmund can do a quick one for the remote participant. Thank you.
Yes, and we can also follow up offline on this. But my understanding is that I was just checking with a colleague that we are working with the Javanese community to develop the LGR, and I believe you're part of all of that work. and that one of the areas is that the Unicode categorizes the Javanese as a limited use language, but we've also requested to start working with Unicode listed as a recommended script identifier. So hopefully that work will continue to bring progress to this issue, of course, and that will also help us with the process for new applications. So rest assured, work is underway as we're trying to resolve the different areas, and we look forward to your continuing efforts on that. So thank you.
I guess I will quickly add to that as well. We'll very much encourage you to bring this up again at the ICANN Public Forum in Hamburg. But two things quickly. The IDN CCPDP, the policy development process is actually still ongoing and is addressing some of the issues that you're saying. The second thing is maybe we should ask ICANN to revisit the label generation process in light of the International Decade of Indigenous Language. And if we embrace that, that would work well. In response to the question on the private sector incentive, I think we're looking at an issue of market failure, and therefore just relying on market forces is not going to work, especially when you're talking about indigenous languages and supporting universal acceptance that have a very long tail. So in that sense, then it really requires policy intervention, and it's either motivation, as in giving you money to actually get it done, or the other way is a kind of quote-unquote penalty or requirement, which is what I mentioned earlier, requirement in tenders. So I think those types of policy intervention would be useful.
Thank you. All right, we've run out of time, but this has been very engaging in terms of the discussion and very insightful comments from our speakers on the panel. And to wrap up, I'd like to ask everyone just to give it a think in terms of inclusion for a multilingual internet. Let's say if you are more of a technical person like Mark, if you come across a website that doesn't accept domain names or emails in other scripts, what can we do to raise awareness about it, to let the software developer or the company know that they should fix it? This will help to generate awareness. And also, let's say you are from an academic institution. We have professors here, students here, also Nodumo, who shared how can we include in the curriculum for our students to know about this space so that we can be more inclusive. Even for end users, are there websites or software that you use day to day? And have you thought whether they can accept domain names or emails in other scripts? Let's think about it, and perhaps the next time we come back, we can share some progress instead of just saying that it's very important, but perhaps next year when we come back, we can actually share some progress we've made together, one step at a time. So with that, we'll close for today's session. Thank you so much for participating. And help me thank my speakers. Thank you.
Sorry, I ran. I think I submit you a couple of times, but
Yeah, sure, yeah. So we're working with Sarmat, but seems, so seems that
Here's my
current
card.
goal is actually to make it
Let's
second
collaborate. If I
we
can,
want with what we want
I
is actually
deliberated
later
with that
at the end is actually
to
the
try
IDN,
to get everybody woken up. If you hear the people
Thanks very much.
swearing,
Thank you.
we should be able to read it. Yeah, and Google Meet is censoring. I've raised it up many times to them. I will say that to Windsurf as well, finally. Why are you censoring? It's not fair. It's like, do we not eat your children? Do you know what I mean? But there is a second issue. Maybe you are the right person for me to talk to. Because recently, Zoom has rolled out multi-language auto-captioning, automatic speech recognition. And what has happened is you can be in multi-language users meeting room where one person decides, I want to read Spanish. Everybody else wants to listen and read English. So the host will activate English. But any participant can also activate the language they want to read. What happened in the Zoom, try out yourself and you'll see it, and get people to use two languages at the same time. You will see two languages mixing up in the caption, box. So it drives us out of using it because you are very strict and telling everybody, don't dare to press the button for different language. Or we have to go to the human captioners and say, switch over automatic captioning, let's bring the human ones. So are you the right person to talk to?
I know people within Zoom, because we are one of Zoom's biggest customers.
Mm-hmm.
So we can help to intelligence from this problem.
Please, that would be wonderful. So I've come to the right session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.